top again, now what? We lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
「 Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false stare, bleed the air.
the day. I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no faith. I'll show you a heart full of fire. Rocking in the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm made of. with this. Come and run again. You wanna dose of this? Right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게. Loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag, yeah, yeah, yeah. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 래퍼. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this?
Let's go.
See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아. 근데 수워서 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm troubling you running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. Oh, 난 멈추지 않아. Oh, oh, we go hard. Oh, oh, we pop stars, stars. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all KDA. Should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit, 이거 문 열지 마 that's a rock day. Don't give any more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real 필요 없대 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. The mission 눈을 못 떼 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, add it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold, get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold, I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say, making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해요, queen. All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, add it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，oh you never way down。This is how I do it every day。Wow wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，Giving it all more。No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, add it up and away. You know I got it like
Freak. Is it true you predicted all of group stage?
Damn right.
Cloud9 making it out? The four-way tie?
All of it.
Oh, you gotta tell me. What happens in quarterfinals? I can't take the anticipation.
Raz, you couldn't take the weight on your soul if you knew the answer. Worlds has to be experienced the way it's meant to be experienced.
Hey Freak, thanks again for the heads up about FPX getting eliminated. Really softened the blow.
Yeah, no problem. Wait, you told him? Now you have to tell me. Does Matt beat Damwon?
If you're sure, yes. 3-0.
Really?
Yeah. Problem is, don't get your hopes up. T1 beats him.
What? Wait, we beat Damwon and lose to T1?
Yep. Just the way it goes, man.
Does T1 become the champion?
No. Okay, so T1 makes the finals. They're against EDG. Problem is with EDG, Viper gets injured, go-karting with Cloud9, so they need an emergency sub. EDG brings up Uzi. So Uzi takes to the stage, and Uzi wins his first world championship.
Wait, Uzi? Oh, I get it. Very funny joke freak. Uzi coming back to win a world champion. Jeez.
Reckless wins the 2022 League of Legends World Championship on his new team, the Unicorns of Love. Justin Bieber sings the song for the World Championship. Today's winning lottery numbers are 5.
Somebody has to stop him! I'll be right back.
What the fuck? Yeah, he does that sometimes. Freak is a weird dude.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is awaiting. Make it yours.
Welcome to Worlds 2021, taking place in Reykjavik, Iceland. The last hope of Europe face a monumental task in today's quarterfinal, taking down the reigning world champions and favorites to win it back-to-back, Damwon Kia. This is a rematch from the MSI semifinals, which went all the way to Game 5. So we'll see if Mad Lions can push the LCK champions to the limit once again. But our prophet Freak said 3-0, so, you know, I'm holding on to hope a little bit here. It was just a weird freak moment, really, all things considered. But at the end of the day, we'll see if it comes true. Now, I'm Dracos, joined by a rough and rowdy desk today. Kadril here in Berlin, and of course, Chronicler calling it from Seoul. Chronicler, welcome. This could be potentially a sad day for myself and Kadril, but it seems like it may be a happy day for you.
The last time a team from the LCK went 6-0 in groups, it didn't end very well. So I'm not getting ahead of myself, but I do think that Damwon, they're looking like my favorite to take it all, and I really just hope that we get some quality gameplay here tonight.
Certainly hope so as well. Of course, speaking of favorites to win it all, Kadril's favorite to win it all, RNG, lost yesterday in an absolute 5-game thriller between EDG and RNG, the reigning LPL champions, of course, coming out on top in this regional clash. And what a wild series it was, Kadril.
Oh, it was really, really wild. We had solo kills, we had it all. We had an Annie pick, we had a Malzahar pick, my favorite, of course. And yeah, it was a great series. I think RNG got a little bit exposed in this series, especially in mid lane. Cryin definitely struggling there. And EDG's bot lane, Viper and Mako, came into the series as the best bot lane in the world, but RNG started to play bot side a little bit more, so we couldn't actually see the 2v2 go ahead. But I love the series, I love the watch.
To add to that, I personally was very happy to see a very competitive quarterfinals. It was a lot of fist fighting, you know, and that's not what my region is specifically known for. And I was happy to see that, be it LPL playoffs or be it at Worlds, LPL teams, in terms of firework, really always deliver.
Yeah, and actually, one of the smites that Wei stole the Baron from, the health bar of the Nash regen the second the smite came in, and it went to 30, and the axe hit, and they stole it, so this game was a game of inches.
Absolutely was, and of course, EDG really making history now as they have finally made it to a semifinal, a team that we obviously think of so much when we think of LPL success, now hopefully able to transition some of that moving forward. Can they make it to finals? Can they contest for World Championship Cup? Of course, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, one step at a time for EDG, but certainly a positive step. I know Chronicler's going to side with the LCK because, like, he has to, you know. But you, Kadril, you lost RNG.
Yeah, I lost RNG.
EDG.
Yeah, exactly. That's my excuse. I lost RNG because they lost to the world champions, right? That's my hope going in for my prediction. I mean, I think EDG are favorites to make it to the finals, right? I mean, C9 and Genji, we'll have to see how that series pans out, but this team is looking very, very dominant, the strongest team in the LPL.
Chronicler, your read, obviously you can vote for whoever you want, but what's your gut tell you about EDG?
Well, they have Viper, you know? I'd like to see Viper do well. That makes me happy. I've been following for a long time, and I do have to agree with Kadril. I don't know who's going to win between Genji and C9, but I think whoever makes it out is going to face an opponent of a much higher caliber, and it's my expectation that it is indeed going to be EDG facing off against, in my expectations, a Damwon Kia. But again, getting ahead of myself.
Mad Lions. You spelled Mad Lions there, buddy. Mad one, not damn one, mad one. Yeah.
Mad, all right. Well, let's take a look at that bracket. EDG, of course, on the top side of the bracket today, we are going to learn T1's opponent. It's going to be a very, very intense matchup. But looking at T1, Kedril, if you want to tell me Mad Lions are getting to the final, I do think it is it is probably the hardest possible road.
Yeah, it's Europe versus the LCK. We've seen how that's gone before, so maybe hope is on our side, but T1 is looking absolutely dominant. We heard from FPI, I think it was, on Diveforia, who said Hanwha Life were stomping in scrims. Niski said the same thing. Goes to stage and T1 demolished them, right? So I'm worried, how's T1 doing in scrims? What is this team actually capable of against a top team?
Yeah, to round out the discussion, Chronicler, how are you feeling about T1? They're looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, it's insane. I think the games that we saw in groups, but even more so in the finals, is also a testament to how much T1 has improved. Elements that used to be shaky, like some of the mid-game, Kana's use of resources, all of those have been shored up. And then add to that the individual talent that this team is available and drafts that are looking much better. They're really, really scary. And I'm really happy. You know, T1 doing well in the international tournament always fills me with joy.
Yeah, and it's incredible to see, of course, the development from going from kind of outside of the realm of favorites, outside of the realm of potential top 5, to now being contenders for Damwon, something that was never really the case domestically. Really excited to see if we do get that best of 5. But of course, to get some more insight on today's quarterfinal, we can talk to Shox, who caught up with Mad's coach Max on the ground in Iceland.
Thank you very much. I am here with Mac ahead of a phenomenal day for the Mad Lions as they're up versus Damwon Kia. Let me just start with an easy question, an open question. How is everyone feeling ahead of the big best of 5?
Pretty good, actually. I think something that we took a bit of extra time to do was make sure that we kind of dialed back the frenetic intensity a bit, because I think, in my experience, towards the end of the year, a lot of the time the kind of emotional, mental fatigue sets in a lot. So we made sure to take time to spend time together, have fun together, do team activities, just have meals together instead of doing triple blocks of scrims ending at midnight, which is what some teams do, which I don't think would be productive for us personally as a team. So I think the players are in a good place. I think we're all in a good place mentally. So yeah, feeling good.
Yeah, that's something you've been trying to emphasize the whole year, as I understand it. Now, I do want to ask you performance-wise so far, because we know from the Mad Lions in the LEC, and they don't get to play that many best of 5s there either, but they usually do better in that setting. However, excuse me for saying it, but I don't think the group stage was the most convincing games out of the Mad Lions, right? When you have to bring it to a tiebreaker. So what have you kind of worked on specifically, and why do you think you'll be better equipped to perform in the best of 5s?
I mean, that's completely fair. I think we definitely had some kind of jitters in the group stage. I also think we had some bad drafts, which is just on me. So I think the players didn't necessarily get to show everything that they could have. Aside from that, I think the biggest thing is just getting used to the tournament meta. We're a team that tends to benefit a lot once we've seen 2 or 3 weeks on a patch. We get really, really comfortable in it, and we kind of find our niche. And I think we've found our niche. And yeah, we also have more time to research other teams, right? I think one of the advantages we have is that we are pretty good at getting a read on our opponents. And that's credit to our coaching staff, to Pad, Cass, our analyst Aggie. They've done a fantastic job. So I think we know exactly what to expect coming into today, hopefully.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that, the fact that Damwon Kia just have come into this tournament, and it seems like the meta is almost made for them, and they have a lot of options as well. Now, of course, we have a match we've seen already between you two, being the 3-2 that went to Damwon Kia and MSI. How much do you take from that best of 5 in terms of going into this one, and how different do both teams look ahead of today?
We actually definitely did look back at the series and say, okay, this is how it was at MSI. This is how they've changed over the course of summer. This is what's different. As you said, I think the meta is different. I think the meta might actually be better for them this time around, but that's okay. Aside from that, I don't think they've changed enormously. I don't think either team has changed massively, but I do think that we've gotten better.
If you can call out one thing that you think your team has gotten better at, especially in preparation for this specific match versus the world champions, and you are the underdogs, I think nobody will be insulted if we say that.
I think we've improved on a lot of things, actually. I mean, the biggest thing, I think, since MSI is actually just how much more experience we have now and how much more confidence we have, right? Like in Europe, I don't think we've lost a BO5 this year in Europe, right? So our confidence is really, really, really high. All of us are used to being in these high-pressure, high-stress situations. And I think you saw it a bit with MSI, us as well. Like, it took us some time to adapt to the meta, to get the stage jitters out, and now we're kind of in our groove. So I'd say that's the biggest difference.
I mean, you're definitely untiltable. That's something we've seen. Finally, Matt, can you give a rally cry, a war cry for me and the other Europeans that, you know, are very excited to see you play today and maybe a bit scared?
Thank you very much, everyone, for the support. It really means the world to us. The support today, we were just commenting on it in the ready room already today. It feels electric. It feels incredible. It's really, really, really loud, and we really feel it. So thank you very much for that. I hope we can make you proud.
All right. Well, thank you very much for this interview, Mac. Looking forward to the match. Back over to you.
Fantastic to hear from Mac. I appreciate that he appreciates the support, but Shock did say rallying cry, and that didn't feel like a rallying cry. Cadril, do you feel inspired after the interview? Are you gaining faith now in the Mad Lions?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, he said they look back on their series and like, yeah, they've changed a little bit. So hopefully they've identified something that's different from MSI. They said they got a lot better as well. And I think the emotional side of things is very interesting for me, where he said a lot of teams are doing 3 blocks and they're finishing scrims at midnight. So they're starting at midday, finishing at midnight, 3 blocks of scrims over 9 hours, which is very, very, I mean, tiring in a sense. He realizes that the team just benefits more from being as a unit and just taking time off, and hopefully we can see the full Mad Lions on stage.
Yeah, of course, just going to have to see what's going to happen. Of course, after the break, we're going to break down today's David versus Goliath matchup as Mad Lions look to take down the reigning world champions, Damwon Kia.
Tonight's quarterfinals between Damwon Kia and Mad Lions is a battle between David and Goliath, the reigning world champions and the last hope of Europe.
Foot is in. Arvid has taken down Ruler, and they're going to get a third. Baron buff is still on.
shut down Showmaker. It's the Showmaker show as he cleans up in the river.
Damwon went undefeated in groups and are favorites to win the title back to back.
The shield bow, he's stepping forward onto the Baron Hunt. Summer trying to back away, but the flash forward from Ghost.
But the Mad Lions are no strangers to miracles, with back-to-back LEC titles and a last-minute comeback in the group stage.
Quarterfinals! Do they run fast enough?
Our strength is BF5, and now that we are playing against Damwon, it's gonna be do or die.
The last time we saw these two teams face, it was at MSI. Mad Lions took Damwon all the way to 5 games, and this is the chance for Mad to get their revenge.
Welcome back for our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. This quarterfinal is between two back-to-back domestic champions. While the LCK have 2 other teams left in addition to Damwon Kia, the hope of Europe lies solely on the Mad Lions' shoulders. Breakout year, I think it's safe to say, for the Mad Lions. Cadril, incredible success so far.
Oh yeah, 2 titles domestically is huge improvement from last year, and I feel like both these teams have just similar trajectories if you look at it. Damwon's just 1 year ahead, where Damwon came into the LCK, they finished 4th in spring, in summer they finished like 5th, they made it to Worlds, yes, but they never really had a standout domestic performance. The year afterwards, then they won summer, they won Worlds, and now this year they won back-to-back LCK, and Mad's on the same kind of trajectory, where last year they were finishing in top 4s, but they didn't really break through into the 2nd and 1st place in playoffs specifically, and now this time around dominant finals in the playoffs in spring and summer, and now we come to Worlds.
Yeah, and I think similarly we're able to see kind of the double nature of Mad Lions and a lot of their growth previously at MSI Chronicler, where I think you, like us European residents, were both impressed in a good way and a bad way for some of the group stage, and then obviously a very strong best-of-5 against Damwon in their first or second international showing, rather.
Yeah, and something that always that makes me really appreciate Mad is also what we saw in the interview with Mac, where they are very cognizant of, you know, what they're looking for, how they're trying to make the team better, how they're improving in a very sustainable way. And I think that says a lot of very positive things about the long-term trajectory for this team. I really like Cadril's analogy of Damwon, who, you know, since they came out of challenges, people knew they were good, but they never really reached their true heights until summer 2020 and then this year onwards. Is it going to be enough, though, to beat Damwon?
That's a very good question.
Well, I have a quick stat.
Okay, you have a
quick stat.
Okay,
so,
good.
Damwon, in 100% of their best-of-5s, they've won if they win the first game.
Sure.
So if they win the first game, they're going to win the series. If they lose the first game, they've lost 83% of their best-of-5s. So, if Mad Lions win game 1, stats tell us they have a very good chance.
Sadly, I think the style of analysis that you've chosen to present tells us more about the series than the substance of the analysis.
Results-based,
hey, look,
stats only, win rate.
At this point, Damwon might be favorites, but I think it's important for us to recognize why, Chronicler. This team, reigning world champions, potential favorites to win the whole thing. Talk to us about this team as a whole. Talk to us about Damwon.
Yeah, as pointed out, Damwon really, after coming in on challenges, being heralded as like one of the strongest teams, that current form really didn't begin until they got Ghost in, and even then it took them a little bit of time. Then took an incredibly dominant World Championship last year, and then this year there was actually a lot more struggle. Bot lane in particular didn't have the greatest time. Canyon struggled during MSI to adapt to the Rumble, Udyr, Morgana meta, didn't really have the biggest of impacts. But then ever since the break that they took, where they role swapped multiple players because they could, and they still won series, we saw that the team has really looked revitalized. Ever since LCK playoffs, they've looked completely unleashed. They looked very much similar to what we saw in 2020, and it's the diversity that this team is available to them, which I don't think they've been tested in terms of champion pools at all yet, or in terms of like, no one has really pushed them, which makes sense. They're 6-0. And specifically Khan, Canyon, and Showmaker on the top side, they move as one unit, and it's so hard to deal with.
Certainly a terrifying team to play up against, no doubt in that. I mean, the 6-0 proof enough already, and we'll see what they look like coming into this quarterfinals. They really haven't been contested so far yet, but of course at MSI, you talked about it, some struggles showing through, and for Mad Lions, also a lot of success. While they were not able to take the series in the end, we're able to find a lot of wins, and it feels to me, when we look back at that series, a lot of that was due to the bot lane. We had 8 2vx kills on the bottom side.
Yep.
Carzzy and Kaiser doing work against Ghost and Beryl.
Oh yeah, they definitely were, and they were not having a great tournament. Ghost and Beryl, of course, remember they were getting 2v2 kill a lot. Beryl especially was struggling, and that was a big reason as to why Mad Lions was winning out on these games, right? Mac talked about the meta when it comes to both these teams and why Damwon has gotten maybe slightly stronger because of it. And the reason is champions, just as Chronicler points out, Canyon wasn't having a great tournament on the Rumble Morganas. Khan never really found his footing in the kind of carry versus tank meta. Although he was quite flexible, nothing really felt like it came into place other than Showmaker. But now in the meta where you have fighting junglers and carry tops, Damwon look completely different, and they found a way to make sure their bot lane's a lot more stable through those role swaps as Chronicler was hitting them.
And I want to laser focus in on that top lane, because while you talk about Showmaker obviously being a big standout at MSI, I think so far in the tournament, Khan has looked impeccable. And while he was solid, you know, when even in lane with Armut, he was still contributing in a lot of their games. This tournament, he looks unstoppable. Chronicler, what changed? Has Khan always just been a monster? We're just waiting for the right meta? What were we waiting for to see this man pop off like he has been this entire tournament?
I think he's wanted it a lot, right? Like, Khan has been a very illustrious player with a great history, one of the most successful domestic top laners that we have in the LCK, but this is his final tournament. After this, he's retiring, and he's been very outspoken about this is his one opportunity, the final one that he has, to actually take it all. And then it's a combination of, I think, him just straight up playing better, Canyon also getting in a much more comfortable position, and with the bot lane of Damwon not needing as much attention anymore, you can see how much they've kind of grown accustomed to playing around their top side. Showmaker on a lot of champions like the TF, it just enables Khan. It gives this player so much more space to carry, and he's been rewarding that faith with just absurd performances on both sides of counter matchups as well. The Jackson Graves comes to mind there.
Yeah, and I think it's absolutely so important to highlight that this is the last tournament, right? This is a do or die. So while it's easy for us to look at Mad Lions and say this is the last Western Hope, LCK are going to have other seeds. For Khan, this is it. That is, I think, so huge and so crucially important. And also good for him that he's been able to show up in this final tournament. And for Armut, I might be sweating a little bit, Gadril.
Oh yeah, but what a way to end it if Khan does end up winning the tournament and carrying Damwon to a victory. If you see the screen behind us, look at the champions he's playing. He's playing Lucian, Graves, Jace, and Jax. These are solo carry, individual champions. Get my jungler top, get my mid laner top, get me ahead. And that's what we're going to see from Damwon. Whereas Armut on the other side, the only real champ that stands out for resources is the Irelia, right? You need resources, you need to get ahead on Irelia to make sure you can find team fights. Things like Kennen, Gnar, Wukong, you can kind of leave them on a weak side, you know, let them do their thing, drop waves into the carry matchups that they're being picked into, of course. And then play more for team fights. So contrast in styles, slightly worried for Armut because we haven't seen the full Khan yet. If you look at the finals, this man is first picking Camille against Kana. Then Kana has to ban Camille against him and he's first picking Jace. So if Kana's struggling, I'm a little bit worried for Armut, but his playstyle might suit Mad Lions in a sense because he can just nullify top, pick Wukong or whatever, and then just go a little bit down in CS.
And the stats aren't everything, but when you look at the stats, I get even more worried. Because you look at Khan's stats, he's 6-0. His stats are obviously going to be nuts. More than 1.5k gold. Ahead on average at 15 minutes. Okay, so how do I compare those two? Well, I cherry pick Gadril, and I find the best single laning game from Armut, and he's still lower than Khan's average. This man is a monster, and we have just not seen him contested whatsoever in the laning phase.
The one thing I will say is the whole year long has been like this. Armut's champion pool, question mark, question mark, question mark. Even in the finals, we were like, well, he only really has been playing Jace and stuff like this, and then we see his GP and things coming into fruition where he's been practicing in scrims, practicing in solo queue. We've finally seen his Kennen. His Gwen is a good flex that he can kind of go back to if he needs to. So he does have the champion pool. It's just the question just keeps being raised because we haven't seen much more.
Chronicler, is it absolute confidence on your side on the Damwon Kia camp? Do you think this is going to be a one-sided matchup in favor of Damwon?
I actually think that the top side might be where we see some punishment again, and we keep bringing it up because at this point it's, you know, something that a lot of LCK teams do feel very, very kind of sore about is what happened the last time that Khan went 6-0, and you have to always mention it when it comes to this. But the difference maker for me is not just that Khan is in a really good form, but it's also Canyon and Showmaker. And like I mentioned previously, I think that Khan in of itself might, in some situations, if he gets a lot of attention from the enemy team, be in trouble on the top side. But when you add the presence that Canyon and Showmaker and the performances that they've had this tournament, I don't know how you shut down Khan, if you even have to, because they don't need to play towards him. All other lanes do fine as well.
Oh, truly a terrifying feat and a huge mountain to overcome. But of course, during Worlds 2021, we've seen different responses to turret dives, and this is exemplified by Damwon, Kia, and Mad Lions. Now, Gadril and I are going to walk you through it in Neighborhood Tactics presented by State Farm. So, Gadril, talk to me about what we're going to see today. Some very volatile gameplay, if I understand correctly.
Very volatile. I think Mad Lions need to clean this up if they want to win this quarterfinal. This is the biggest thing that stands out to me because they just make so many mistakes around the map. We'll look at this one as we go to the first clip, or this this one? Yeah, this one here. So let's just look at one decision of just sloppy playmaking in general. As we play the clip, this is against TL in the group stage, of course. Santorin and Corjade are diving top. Very standard thing, just dive top because the enemy team's making a play in mid. They get a kill on Armwood, great. But it's what happens next that's just a big question mark for Mad Lions, right? Kaiser spots them out. He sees them running to mid. What happens mid, Dracos?
It doesn't look good.
Humanoid dies. Humanoid dies, what happens? They ult mid, Humanoid dies. Now they've run from top to mid and gotten 2 kills. What are they going to do next? They're going to run bot, right? Armwood's going to go up and catch this wave. He thinks he can clear the wave in time before he actually gets collapsed on. He tries to clear the wave, gets exhausted, and then he dies as well. So essentially, TL's jungle supports have run from top to mid to bot, and they've gotten 3 kills.
Okay, but TL are gone, Cadril. Why are we talking about this now? I get that Mad made mistakes there. Why are we sweating?
But this is such an easy thing to look at and be like, okay, this was 3 kills we gave to them. We can still win the game despite making these mistakes. Here's one more mistake that I just want to highlight for Mad Lions, and this is just how cross map works, right? Humanoid's going to walk up to this wave, and he's going to try and clear it in LNG's face, but he knows that all of LNG are actually here, and he thinks he can stay under tower anyway. What ends up happening? He tries to defend it, gets dove, but the biggest problem is Armwood's TPing to the tower. He's TPing top when there's 4-man bot, and if you look at the minimap as I bring it up, jungle support is moving down as well, even though Karzi could be pushing in mid, and he could be taking some plates. So when I roll this out, it's like the int train, is what I like to call it. It's the int train. So, Humanoid dies, and then Armwood thinks they can fight 3v4 because he has Mega Gnar. So then he goes in, the fight happens, and everyone starts to die. What could be happening in the meantime right now? Well, Karzi could have been pushing mid, but he thought that he could move down, and he gets a lot less than he should have. There could have been a push in top from Armwood, and their jungler could have collapsed top, and they could have tried to focus this tower. There's a lot more cross-map available, but instead you lose 3 kills again, and you lose all summoner spells.
Now, Cadril, as we get to this last clip, I gotta ask, because this is not an individual laning discrepancy, because we are seeing this maybe just be questionable decision-making, is this something that you're confident that Mad Lions can adjust to and can change as we head into this series today?
Well, I think the good thing about this is just really easy to identify. How are we losing early to mid, right? Why is Mad Lions always behind in gold? It's just silly mistakes like this, right? Just drop bots. Humanoid shouldn't be there in the first place. He dies. Maybe we should look for something else on the map. The problem is they're against Damwon. And now I'm about to show you in this clip what the danger of Damwon is, because we've got the exact same situation. That bot dive from Mad Lions was at 13 minutes 30 seconds. This is 13 minutes 15 seconds, so around the exact same time frame and point in the game where Damwon is getting dove on a weak side, right? Instead of committing resources, look at the minimap right now. Showmaker is thinking about ulting. He has ult up, he could think about ult. Maybe he could run mid, canyon and catch the wave, Showmaker ults top. There's a way to defend this play and actually maybe try to save this top tower or clear the wave. What does Damwon do? Screw it, let Khan die. Let's look what happens on the map. Showmaker pushes in mid, Ghost pushes in bot, they get a mid tier 1, they get a bot tier 1, the whole map falls apart for the enemy team, and you just basically won out on the map instead of trying to salvage pieces. I think Mad Lions need to read this, learn from their mistakes, and make sure they don't make them.
Cut your losses seems to be the moral of the story. Well, we'll hope Mad Lions can at least get some of that con die on the top side of the map as we walk back over here. I think very important when you look at it to recognize the discrepancy here. And I think it is a little bit insult to injury, Cadril, if I can say, as the EU pundit, when you come in with the homework, well, here's how you did the homework wrong, and then their opposition is doing it perfectly correct, does set stakes for how potentially one side of this matchup can be. Fan expectations very clearly in favor of Damwon Kia, but now I think we need to talk about the approach for Mad Lions. And for that, I want to go to you, Chronicler. What's your read on this matchup? Where do you think they need to play towards?
That's a hard one, as pointed out previously. I think if you do have to look for a weak point, the weakened point of Damwon has been their bot lane, right? And we saw this even in games that they've won. The Rogue game comes to mind, where Hansama was able to repeatedly find kills. And I think you need to take that and try to leverage that as much as you possibly can. But I don't think you can do that without gaining mid-prio. And that's really the crux to what makes Damwon, I think, such an impressive team, is that it feels almost impossible to outshove Showmaker consistently with the way that he plays a lot of matchups. And if you don't have the assistance of your mid, then Damwon might either look for a crossplay or go for a counterplay if you do try and set up a play on that relatively weaker bot lane.
And certainly always is going to be difficult with League of Legends. We never get to just talk about isolated matchups. And Showmaker, definitely not a player who is ever going to let you have these isolated matchups. It's a similar story for Humanoid. So I think if we look at that mid lane matchup, cast our attention there. Showmaker versus Humanoid. Champion pools, very different. And again, we've seen Humanoid really be so clutch for his team and what they're able to do, but it's a similar story for Showmaker.
Oh yeah, both these mid laners have been carrying games for their team. Showmaker, of course, has had standout performances on individual champs like Kassadin. And then on the other side, we've seen Humanoid's LeBlanc kind of pull Mad Lions through the tiebreaker. I think there's a little bit of stark difference between these two mid laners. caused by champion pool itself, but Damwon have a very, very obvious playstyle in how they play with Showmaker, right? We've seen him play LeBlanc, Ryze. We also see him play Kassadin. He loves to play 1-3-1 champs that move over side lane, whereas Humanoid, we've seen him on control mages. We've seen Azir to deny it from BDD against Gen G. We've seen his Orianna when he gets banned out. We've seen his Victor when he gets banned out. So he will traditionally just go towards control majors and will happily drop into 4-5, whereas Showmaker wants to early rotate playmaking mid laners.
All right, well, at the end of the day, intense matchup, maybe Damwon are favored, but let's see what the fans voted in our MasterCard fan predictions. Of course, you can head to @MasterCardNexus on Twitter to vote for future matchup, but for now, here's what everyone at home thought about Damwon versus Mad. That's right, Europe! Oh, man, that's the copium and hopium I was hoping to see.
Sales are through the roof.
Chronicler, you might be favored across a lot of lanes, you might be favored across a lot of win conditions, but the fans, at least the fans that vote on Twitter and potentially a Western favored poll, are siding with us, Chronicler. What have you got to say about that? How are you feeling? I want final predictions from you real quick.
It's not a good thing. Matt voted for TL for them to be TL.
Chronicler, prediction. What do you got for me?
I just want people to appreciate Khan more. You know, I feel like, come on, guys, he's such a sweetheart. I think it's going to be a 3-1. I think Damwon are outclassing map across the map. I think that the decision making is top notch. And I do still think that Mad are a great team. Damwon again, I let the reins loose a little bit too much, one game, but I don't expect it will be a very competitive series.
Every time I predict Mad to win, they lose. When I'm awake, Mad's losing. When I'm asleep, Mad's winning. So I'm going to vote Damwon 3-0, 60 minutes, and we're going to go home.
He's going to go for a nap quick. Hold on to hope, European fans. We're going to see what they can do. It's all on the line in today's quarterfinal. The winner will challenge T1 next week. The loser is eliminated from Worlds 2021. Here's Medic, Vedius, and Azale for Damwon versus Mad Lions.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Do you notice how he forgot your name there?
He did forget my name.
It's on the auto queue as well. It's a little weird.
Daniel.
Now that Kadro has replaced you as the premier colorcaster in the LEC.
All right, well, now that we've gotten that out of the way,
You're
I'm
the premier
excited to be
Vedius,
here.
though.
It's true. It's true.
Thank you, my friend. I'm very excited to be here. We've cast some pretty big bangers in the past.
We have. I got to cast SKT Misfits in 2017.
Yeah.
I got to cast G2 versus Damwon, G2 versus RNG.
Yeah.
So I've cast some really good EU quarterfinals. Yeah. I'm hoping we're in for another banger. Everyone's saying it's a Damwon 3-0, so you know that means that Matt's gonna win.
Yeah, 100%.
And then Medic, you and I actually cast the last time that these two teams met earlier this year at MSI, where it went to the 4-5 games. It was an absolute banger between the two teams, and I think again Mad Lions really surprised a lot of people with what they were able to bring to the table, and I think that a lot of fans are hoping for them to bring that today. Obviously very big underdogs in this best of fives. Damwon, the reigning world champions, looking in peak form. The expectations are that they are looking to dominate in this best of five.
Absolutely, but I'm just so excited to see what Mad is going to bring to the table. Obviously, when you look back to their matchup at MSI, it was bot lane Armageddon in the first 3 games. It was go bot, it was 2v2 kills pretty much every single game. You know, Carzzy was coming up massive for Mad in those wins, and I want to see if that's still where they want to target on the map. You know, Armut in the Hive video, he was calling out Damwon's bot lane as their weakness still, even though Ghost has been looking better. So I'm curious if that's Mad's real read.
Especially since Damwon have been looking towards the top side of the map, predominantly through the group stage, getting Khan ahead, who is in probably the best form of his career at the moment in what could be the final worlds of his career. Damwon putting a lot of impetus on getting that top laner ahead, and Armut has been struggling in the group stage to really be able to hold that top lane steady.
Yeah, you feel like that for Khan, you know, we know that this is his final run. This will be his last tournament until he has to take the mandatory part of the armed forces. And I'm excited to see what he can do, because you know that he's been playing very, very well. And now we are already jumping into draft. So let's get into it. The Aurelia going to be removed from the side of Damwon, and the LeBlanc Respect going over towards Showmaker. So very standard, along with Damwon actually removing some of that power from the bot side of the map. Typically, we've been seeing a lot of Yumis and Namis removed. Often the Lucian can sneak through, but the problem for Mad is you also have to remember that Khan can play that Lucian up towards the top side, along with it being an option in the bot lane as well.
Yuumi continues to sit on the ban bench alongside Jarvan here from Damwon. They want to take away that aggressive early jungler from Elyoya.
TF is the last ban. Does mean Lee Sin is available here if they want to look for something like that. This is one of the really high priority junglers that has been slipping through picks and bans a bit more often, as things like Yuumi and TF are getting banned more in this event.
I do wonder if Poppy will make a resurgence at all in this best of five. We did see Elyoya bring it out when they played up against LNG to great success. And when there is so much mobility in the current meta, you have to imagine that Poppy just has so much more value. But you imagine that this Lee Sin will be going into the jungle, into the hands of Canyon. Again, still considered likely the best jungler in the world right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Graves getting picked up there for Armut. We see, well, yes, it could be flex to jungle, but really you are expecting it top. Will be interesting to see if there's any chance of a takeaway here from Damwon, on something like the Thresh pick. We are expecting that pairing to be there for Kaiser and Carzzy when you see the Aphelios come through.
Interested to see the Graves here as well for Mad. Actually, the first time they picked that across the course of Worlds. It is Elioya's most played in the entirety of his career, but as you said, Azael usually goes up towards the top side. MF locked in on the side of Damwon. Alongside that, they're looking for Showmaker's Syndra here in the middle lane.
Wow. So I wasn't actually expecting a blind Syndra, but we've seen a lot of success from Syndra so far at the World Championship. It does seem that after many of the roaming mid laners haven't been able to, well, have often been removed, usually during the ban phase, Syndra's kind of risen as that safer blind that has actually been very powerful in terms of offering control in the laning phase and also being very impactful in teamfights later on.
And it makes it a difficult decision here for Mad, because you either answer mid right now or you pick your Thresh. They did not go for support, so now there's the opportunity for Damwon to ban out some of those preferential support pairings that the Aphelios does have.
Getting into the second phase though, Mad looked up towards their top lane early, which means that they aren't saving that top lane for counterpick. I wonder if it will be jungle or support left up for that R5. Mad, of course, do like to put a lot of impetus on Kaiser to get ahead, to get those ganks off, to get those engages off. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like the Rakan coming out from him.
So Kennen gets banned out. I'm curious if they're actually going to leave Khan's Jax up. He did absolutely destroy Odoamne on that matchup. That is available. But there's also the Jace here still too. So, you know, it depends. Is Mad really worried about one of those matchups over the other? If they're worried about both, hey, you can leave them both up and actually target a different pick, something like a support here. But I do think Jax would make a lot of sense given how well Khan performed on it during the group stage.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because we've seen Khan play both sides of the matchup and he won both of them during the group stages.
Well, he might be good.
He might be quite good. But for now, it seems that Mad is saying we think the Jace is a bigger problem. We would rather take that matchup because I believe during the laning phase, Graves should be able to get ahead early against the Jax. The question is, can you do that against Khan's Jax?
And they could actually replicate what Cloud9 did, where they did a similar thing. The Jax came through and then they flexed Graves to jungle and actually picked a preferential top lane matchup on red side. This is a very similar draft actually to what, you know, Cloud9 was kind of setting up, and that was a very, very close game. Damwon won it. They won all their games, spoiler. But that was the longest game that Damwon had, and they did actually create a pretty big advantage over Khan's Jax in the top lane during that one.
And by picking the Leona here, they allowed themselves to do that. Take the support, give yourself the possibility of flexing that Graves around. Damwon now have to blind pick their top laner, or perhaps think that that Graves is going to go towards the top lane. Rakan, a great engage tool, teams up well with the combination alongside the Misfortune. Bullet time and the quickness can work very synergistically.
Certainly can, and I think that Rakan has actually just been so impactful. Ironically, for a lot of the Western teams, I feel, at this tournament, a lot of Western supports really liking the roaming potential and engage tools that Rakan does have, but we will see that in the hands of Beryl going into Kaiser's Leona. So we're going to have engage supports, which I know you're definitely excited about, Medic. These are your favorite supports to cast and watch. And now we're going to find out what will Mad do. Will they keep this Graves into the top side? Because Khan has picked not the strongest early game matchup, but definitely a greater scaling matchup as the game progresses.
I mean, if they want to try the Jax again, Jax is actually a pretty good matchup to actually scale and answer that Gwen. But Armut did not look super comfortable on Jax when he brought it out in the group stage. So I actually feel like I would prefer them to just play towards comfort here.
I feel like this would be a great Poppy game. Once again, Rakan, Lee Sin, but it looks like that instead they will go for the flex option.
Flex, yeah. This time though, you know, it wasn't actually the Jax, because I think Damwon had the read that this could be happening. They go for the Gwen instead. You know, Gwen can farm it out against champions like Graves. Yes, you may expect Gnar to get an early advantage, but it's not a massive one. Gwen is actually pretty difficult to punish in those side lanes unless you're going for really aggressive early picks or things that can scale alongside it.
Damwon Kia up against Mad Lions. The LCK first seed up against the LEC's first seed. And as we get on into the game, let's listen to this World Anthem, Burn It All Down, the Bezomorph remix.
It's a tense one. Game 1 of this best of 5. We're guaranteed 3. We know that.
The glass is half full.
Guaranteed 3.
We will also have League of Legends here today.
We have League of Legends today.
10 champions will be on the Rift.
But we haven't talked much about this composition in their entirety. Thinking about what Damwon have drafted, I do think they have pretty good scaling. I think they have an incredibly powerful mid-jungle duo. And I think that this is really where you have to keep your eyes on in this early game.
Absolutely.
Because my expectations would be that they leverage the power that they have with the Syndra in the early matchup, along with the Lee Sin, to force the Orianna back, even just getting her flash to mitigate her control on the lane, and then look to threaten either the bot side of the map or potentially the top, because we do know that teams, especially domestically, have looked to attack Armut when he's playing champions like the Gnar. So even if he is on comfort, they shut him down in the early game.
Yeah, the 2v2 from Damwon is incredibly strong. You know, even the 3v3, if you're bringing up Beryl, if you're bringing up Kaiser, is going to be very, very dangerous for Mad Lions. You know, Graves in the early game just not going to have the same level of impact as that Lee Sin. So they're really going to have to do a good job of actually tracking Canyon, more looking to answer ganks and avoid them as Elyoya.
I also think that Mad's comp overall is relatively short range. With things like Graves and Aphelios, I may have to hold my point here as Damwon already moving into the enemy jungle early on, but it looks like not too much is going to come off the back of that. But I do think that Mad later on into the game, while they have scaling elements with Orianna being very powerful in the late game, with Aphelios also being a strong late game champion alongside the Graves, you kind of look at what they're playing into, and Syndra Misfortune, with the amount of zone control that they can have and the amount of threat that they have, if they are ever first on the objective, it becomes very difficult for Mad to actually approach without the reliance on Kaiser or potentially finding a flank. So I think that Damwon is kind of setting themselves up for success largely just because of this Syndra pick and how well it can actually answer a lot of the champions that Mad have drafted themselves.
And of course, if you want to set up on an objective first, usually you need to have a gold lead, an item lead, a tempo lead coming into the mid game, and that's not something that Mad Lions have done that often across this world. It's definitely a weak early game team where they're team fighting, allowing them to shine later on.
Yeah, I think that when we kind of look at how their early game has gone, Mad's early game definitely has not been the strongest. You just kind of take a comparison, and obviously you can see that Damwon, they do win a lot, but they always take first tower. They average a 3k gold lead at 15 minutes.
That's terrifying.
Like they average 2 kills at 15 minutes, and you contrast that to Mad, like you can see quite a stark contrast in the stats.
And interestingly, you see a lot of seconds there for Damwon. The only team better than them is T1. So LCK dominance seems to be coming back on the menu right now. Kaiser and Kazi getting pushed out here. The Arcane Comet on Ghost with that Make It Rain doing a lot of work.
Yeah, absolutely. Really just kind of itemizing there, rather ruining for the lane. And Showmaker has just been hitting Q after Q after Q on Humanoid, and he probably has to go back to base here. He's actually out of Corrupting Potion charges. He wants to stick around to actually stave and try to get that wave, but it's getting a little bit dicey there for Humanoid in mid.
So this ward will spot out Elyoya's positioning as he has decided to do a full topside clear. Meanwhile, Canyon started on his red, pathing up towards the top side. But really good damage coming out from Showmaker in the early game. Syndra is one of those champions that in the early game, especially into an Orianna, I was kind of surprised to see the Orianna come out from Humanoid because in the 1v1, it's not the strongest as you see more trading in bot lane.
Ignite down onto Bell, of course he can just jump away. And actually wasn't the Ignite, sorry, Kaiser still has that.
I thought he used Ignite as well.
Yeah, it did look like it, but wasn't burned.
Man, he has just been relentless in this laning phase, hitting almost every single skill shot, and Armut dangerously low here. Khan actually winning the early levels is surprising, has been very good at actually hitting the center of the Stip. He's actually playing Ghost as well, which is really powerful in the 1v1 later on against the Gnar. You know, it makes it much more difficult for Gnar to keep distance. You pop the Ghost, even if he hops back, you can often close that gap again and really chase this guy down.
And because of the ward that was spotted Elyoya on the Razorbeaks as well, they know he's pathing down towards the bottom side, allowing Khan to step forward in that lane to harass down Armut. Means that Armut's going to have to burn his TP early. So is Humanoid, and Humanoid already takes the chunk. Canyon in a good position here for what could be the first gank of the game. Doesn't land it. Showmaker low on mana, will just back away.
But I think Showmaker won't even need to use his TP in this situation. He can likely just walk back into lane, have that TP advantage, and you can already see how Damwon's early laning phase prowess is already netting them small advantages across the board. CS lead starting to build up in top and mid, and the fact that Damwon had priority in all 3 lanes gives Canyon so much agency to kind of do whatever he wants. So Damwon already off the bat showcasing very strong performance early on.
Absolutely, and it gets pretty tough here for Arma when he had to actually base. He couldn't even afford any potions, so if he does take any bad trades, he's not going to really have a way to recover from that. But thankfully for him, Khan did take a tower shot, and will even things out a little bit on the top side.
Arma also running that fleet footwork too to give him a little bit of sustain during the laning phase as well, but definitely something to be concerned about as well. Keeping my eyes on Canyon as well, because that mid lane is always that point that's very, very scary for the Mad Lions, especially with how much Showmaker is playing. And remember that when you kind of have this Graves versus Lee Sin matchup, Graves just kind of wants to focus on power farming, wants to make sure that you can kind of scale up, whereas ganking...
Humanoid going to get locked up with the stun flashes away. And will be a summoner burnt there. Khan here underneath the tower. Elura was spotted on vision. Khan's going to try and turn back in. No flash on the Gwen, remember. Canyon on his way up. Arma just trying to play with Khan for the moment, but Khan just keeps dodging around. Elura is like, I can't stay any longer because Canyon could be here.
Man, just look at the vision that they actually have all the way down this river. This whole line of vision across the map here for Damwon. From top to bot, so many wards covering there.
Kaiser going in for the fight down towards the bottom side. Beryl putting a chunk down onto Kazi. There's the TP coming in from Damwon, and Kaiser will be sacrificed for this one, you have to think. Showmaker looking for the flash Q, can't quite land it. Kazi able to dodge to the side. Kaiser able to kill off Beryl, gets first blood. It's answered. Damwon will take the 2-for-1 deal in the bottom lane.
Nicely done here. Showmaker with the TP advantage. He held onto the TP. He won the mid lane there, and now down to bot. Kaiser does get a kill, but Arma, no, there's no flash, so he should be able to keep distance, but this is what you're worried about. When you don't have those potions, these situations become so dangerous. They don't actually have eyes on Canyon right now. For all he knows, Canyon could be pathing up towards top, and we'll see if Arma does want to stay around, because Khan just hit 6. The potential of a dive is definitely there.
Really impressive early game so far from Damwon, and just really great utilization of the teleport from Showmaker to help DK get those early kills.
You guys want to get involved in the conversation? Verizon 5G Ultra Arma has to flash the needles. And perhaps you have something to say about that. Join us, give us your cheers, tell us who you're supporting.
No flash on Showmaker, and Kaiser is making his way towards mid lane. Humanoid has 6.
Stun's going to land there on Showmaker. There's a shockwave coming back as well. Showmaker, no flash, as you said. Betty caught out underneath the tower, but Beryl is blocking this beautifully. And Elura can't get the autos off in the end. They do manage to do it. Mad equalize the scoreline.
So, Mad, they get themselves a punish onto Showmaker. Even though he did TP down into bot and assist his bot lane in getting a kill, he had to invest a lot to get it. And Kaiser, recognizing this, looks for a roam into mid, leveraging Elyoya's numbers advantage. They're able to find themselves a kill. So the gold will actually equalize, even though Mad find themselves a little bit behind in the mid and top lane 1v1.
Was a close thing, but really nicely done there from Matt. You know, good CCG and layering the shockwave over top. Elyoya is there, and that was really the difference maker, as Canyon was not around. Matt really needed that. You're going to get the kill, you're going to deny the wave. That's going to help to equalize things in the mid lane quite a lot.
It's one of the things that has really made Kaiser shine as a support in the LEC and here at Worlds. His ability to get out of the lane, to roam around, to influence the rest of the map. He actually spent less than 30% of his time in the group stage with his AD carry in the first 15 minutes. It was the lowest duo proximity of all supports. Beryl was close, 37%, but that 7 percentage point difference can mean all the difference in fights like this.
Certainly can, and it paid off this time around for Mad. But now that we're kind of getting to the 8-minute mark, we're thinking about that Herald and what both teams want to do. If you've ever watched a T1 game, you know that they love prioritizing that Herald, and you know that when it comes to Damwon, when it comes to these early objectives, they have a lot of prior on it as well. With the leverage that they have in mid,
6.
They look to contest it.
Elura does still have flash, has the quick draw to jump across the wall as well, but as you say, Damwon here gained control of the vision in that topside river. Kaiser working his way up here from the bottom lane.
So notice that Kaiser is just sacking away bot, waiting for Kazi to catch the wave so that he can get to the Herald first. But now, Ghost will be able to rotate before the enemy AD carry counterpart, and because you're Misfortune, you will be able to rotate very quickly. So Damwon should have numbers advantage, should a fight break out.
Yeah, I don't know if Matt are going to want to fight this. Arma just expended the ultimate to actually push the wave here. So not having the Mega Gnar ult available does make things dicey. The scatter lands.
Kaiser stunned up, of course, very tanky with that Eclipse on the Leona. Wave pushed in the mid lane.
I saw the same bullet time that you did, Azael. I was expecting it.
I was like, are they going to do it?
Yeah. But instead, they're just going to use it as a warning shot. For now, Damwon will leverage their numbers advantage to secure themselves the Herald, and Mad are making the trade for the Drake. Or at least that's what I expect. as we see Showmaker working with Canyon to secure that objective.
It's also interesting to see that Beryl actually did go Spell Thieves this time around. You're not going Relic Shield. A lot of Rakans do prefer to go the tankier option when you are playing against CC heavy supports like the Leona. You have the ability to lock him down, and they're trying to punish on bot side knowing that Canyon is top.
Beryl can't see Ghost. He couldn't jump to him because of the smoke screen. That's the reason he had to flash out of it and then dance away. Really good stuff there by Elioya.
I hate that spell.
But Kaiser did end up missing his E. I don't know what direction he was throwing that, but I don't think he was smoke screened.
It was a warning shot, you know, just like mid lane.
But yeah, I think that Mad actually missed a big opportunity there to get themselves a kill. And the thing is now that while they committed to that, they won't actually be able to secure the Drake, or at least it's a little more risky, because they don't actually have information on Canyon. With Khan's TP also coming up, it becomes a much more dangerous objective, and Ghost can just be a pain because thanks to that ward.
Part of my concern here is just Khan is having such a good time. It feels like in the top lane, you know, already up about 2 waves there on this scaling pick. He's just on tabbies, right? When you actually get up towards Riftmaker, Gwen becomes like a whole new champion. This is like a Pokemon. You hit the next evolution, and it gets really, really hard, I think, for the Gnar towards those later stages to answer.
Yeah, I think that one of the big scaling advantages that Down 1 does have is, like, we talked about the range earlier on, but who matches Khan on a side lane, right? Like, sure, you can send Khan off to hold the wave, but at no point will you really be able to stop Khan from doing Gwen things and generating so much pressure that no one can really answer.
Exactly, and if you're just locked into standing at your tower, clearing out waves, well, that gives Damwon first move. You push in, you move, you tax a teleport, you go back, you repeat, now you have TP advantage. These types of plays are very difficult to answer, and so many teams have been utilizing that kind of pressure to take over a third quadrant of the jungle here at Worlds.
Ahmed expanding the TP to the top side means that Mad Lions do not have that extra teleport to get down to this fight. Damwon Kia have control of the bottom side river. And Khan continues just to push into the top lane. A 16 CS lead at the 11-minute mark as Canyon and Beryl look to set something up. They won't get it, but this is kind of state of the game for Khan. Like, he has been so dominant throughout the course of this Worlds. 22.5 CSD at 15 minutes. 22.5. That's insane.
I mean, the 1.5k gold at 15 would be really good for a whole team. It's just him.
Oh. Khan has been very impressive, and he continues that impressive performance here in this game. I suppose that if you're looking at it from the Mad Lions perspective, the fact that they've stayed relatively even this far into the early game is already a big improvement. Contrast what we saw during their group stages, where this is where they've often been punished, trying to force a lot of plays, where the execution has often been punished. Damwon have found lane advantages, but that's only resulted in a 400 gold lead for now.
I think it's a good point, and we know how good Mad can be in the team fight. And they definitely have those kind of X factors that can change a game for the 5v5. The Mega Gnar, the Shockwave, the engage from Kaiser can flip a game on its head. So, you know, Matt not in a bad position here whatsoever. Armut, though, could be in trouble.
Building up towards that Mega Gnar, but Khan just continues to put needle after needle into his back. Armut forced away, forced off the wave. Khan will farm this one and push it forward. Rift Herald coming in the mid lane as well. That should get at least a couple of plates as Showmaker continues to harass. Quickness coming out. Beryl going to go in with a charm. There's the bullet time. Solar Flare was short from Kaiser. Didn't land it on Ghost, didn't get the stun, only got the slow, and that doesn't stop the bullet time from raining down.
Nicely done there from Beryl. Recognizes that Kaiser is not in the lane. Kazi doesn't have cleanse, and he just waits for the flash to come through, and they're able to find a quick and easy kill. Now Armut is the one getting aggressive in the 1v1, but he's not going to win out on an extended trade. He will just use his ult to disengage. And I'm surprised that neither team has actually gone for the Drake. I feel like that there's been very clear windows for both teams, but they're going to hold off for now.
This is almost back to like how the first round robin was, where it was all just playing around gold leads, playing around lanes. The dragons were getting almost completely ignored. And it is interesting to see kind of a return to that, because in the second round robin, it was all about stacking those early dragons. As soon as Kaiser leaves, though, there's just no hesitation here. Beryl straight on in to Karzi.
Just very clean execution there, and a really big punish from the Damwon bot lane. A much needed advantage, because now you can see that all of a sudden that very early, or that gold difference that was non-existent has now very quickly accelerated in favor of Damwon.
And one of the scary things is Karzi now flashed down. That was not the flash used from Beryl, so the potential of Kanan getting down there, of Beryl utilizing his flash to pick him off in the next fight, does get that much higher.
The thing there for Kazi is you kind of have to flash as soon as you see the quickness. You can't really react to the quickness W. It's that short range as Canyon looks for a fight down towards this bottom lane. Dragon's Rage on Elioy. He's going to try and trade this one back. There's a smoking
Oh!
Incredible predictions from Beryl. That's the reason he's one of the best in the world. And now Kazi underneath the tower. The Moonlight Vigil will not save you now. 2 quick kills to Damwon.
Okay, Beryl, that was nasty. Over the wall there, has the prediction. And now they're going to get the Dragon. Mad, unfortunately, not even able to trade back there on Canyon. It wasn't even his flash. It was just multiple ward hops, it looked like, closing the gap. And is he able to get that ward hop kick in on Yelioya?
And it was Beryl that was one of the players that received a lot of criticism for Damwon throughout the year. Someone that was seen to, like, does he still have that same engaged playmaking potential that he had before? I would say yeah, at least in this game he's coming in strong. He's been able to punish Kazi.
Playmaking, check.
Yeah, it definitely does have that, and now he punishes Elioya as well. Damwon very quickly taking control of this early transition into the mid game, and now they'll start sieging onto these tier 1 towers, and after a good trade from Khan and good pressure from Showmaker, they're likely going to knock down these first towers.
I mean, that's flash down for Arma, right? He's just using the ultimate. Khan, every single time it comes up, he's using it to trade. He has the Leeching Leer, he has superior sustain, and he's going to have the Riftmaker here very soon, so he knows just go aggressive every single time. Here it is one more time. Elioya and Kaiser trying to compete for vision in the mid lane, but it's all about the move here from Showmaker. Showmaker's coming over, and Humanoid is not able to actually join, so all Matt can do is retreat.
What I liked there was Elioya was expecting the kick, so he then dashes preemptively, but Canyon's like, nope, I'm not going to kick you yet. But then the moment that the stun comes through from Kaiser, he's like, okay, now I can make the play. I know that you don't have your dash available, and just really good patience there from Canyon with the follow-up from Beryl to allow Damwon to get themselves a good number of kills.
It's the second time in 2 plays that we've seen Damwon with that little bit of extra patience. The quickness down in the bottom lane, now into that kick, and over the last 3 minutes, it's gone from a relatively even game to a 3,000 gold lead for the world champs. 1, apparently that's his name, at Vincent. The fan prediction was proof that the fans are overdosing on hopium. I will say, guys, as a medical professional, can't overdose on hopium, just makes you very sleepy. I know I'm going to be having a nap after this series. So.
Well, I think the EU fans are going to need a lot more hopium after this early game, because right now, Damwon, we've already talked about it with the compositions. I feel like that there's a scaling problem with Khan in a side lane. There's a range problem with the Syndra MF, and like the way in which Mad are going to have to navigate these team fights. I think it's going to be a difficult challenge for them, especially now that they find themselves at a 3,000 gold deficit.
I like these kind of plays, though. No one actually here to answer the wave, but if someone were there, well, they have 3 Mad players bot. You look for these odd number of plays. You look for a 3v1, a 3v2, where you can find some sort of a pick. But Damwon knows that bot side is weak side. They're just going to ignore that. They're going to trade on top side, utilizing the Herald. And likely, they can just go for a second charge here after claiming this first tier 1.
I see Mad trying to react. Elioya on the way up here. Humanoid will get the tower in the bottom lane. No TP on him, so won't be able to join a fight if it does erupt on the top side. Damwon, all 5 players within arm's reach of each other. Kazi trying to come across, but Khan is holding him at bay. Mad Lions, another charge of this Rift Tower will come in for Damwon. Kia Mad Lions smite it away. Beryl going in with the quickness. There's a charm for the time. And the combo's just too darn deadly. Elioya is down. Bereft of life, he rests in peace. And perhaps with it, Mad's hopes of winning this game.
Damwon just make it look so easy. They know they have 5 players. They know that Humanoid is bot. They also probably know that Humanoid does not have teleport.
Yeah.
And once again, Beryl with his engage, he just walks up underneath and he says, well, Elioya, you still don't have flash, so I'm going to punish you. Damwon get themselves a tier 2, they get themselves another kill, and they continue to dominate as we transition into the mid game.
I just think it was so well done. Even the zoning from Khan, zoning Carzzy out, making it more delayed. The initial play is basically like a 5v3. Carzzy is not really able to contribute too much. They know Humanoid's bot side. The one little piece of hopeful news is that Humanoid got so much gold on the bot side. He got both of those towers, but here it is again. Carzzy not there just yet. Beryl going in. Again, prediction on that jump back, and now Humanoid's in trouble.
Sometimes hope dies pretty quickly after it is born. Flash away from the shockwave, and Humanoid in a side lane dies.
Well, he was in the river.
He was in the side lane to start it off.
He definitely did. So that small bit of hope suddenly disappears and it is shut down by Canyon. Does have to invest a flash, and now Mad looking to try and punish Showmaker. His flash is on cooldown, but recognizes the potential collapse. And again, I think that we're just seeing an example of Damwon and how they read the map so well. They recognize where they have numbers advantage and where they can punish their opposition. And they've done a great job so far in this game to put them in the position that they're now in.
I'm gonna be honest though, the gold lead's not as bad as it feels.
Yeah.
Right? Like it feels like a stomp right now. It is getting, up to a 4K. but Matt have done a pretty good job of trading back. Humanoid is closing in on a second item. You always have that slim hope of looking for that big team fight. If you can find the multi-man Shockwave, if you can find the multi-man Meganar. But the thing is, Matt is going to have to find that window, I think, pretty soon, because if you give too much time to Damwon, they're going to bleed you out of this game. They're going to take over your jungle. They're going to split push you out. Obviously, the Riftmaker has been done for some time now. Moving on now towards the Cosmic Drive. And when Gwen hits that, there's just really no escaping her in a side lane.
The problem I see for Mad is the only towers that they've been able to take are down in the bot lane, whereas Damwon have just kind of opened up the map. And that
there's some problems.
That inherently gives them so much more control over the river. And that's kind of where the struggles for me come from Mad, because if I was Mad in this game, I'd be looking like, how do we even move into the river when every time we push a wave, it's just going to hit a tower and instantly get cleared?
I guess the one benefit for Mad, one bad thing for Damwon is how late that first dragon was, as Khan looks for a kill in the top lane. Need a work coming out, Armor trying to dash away. The charm from Beryl as well, and Humanoid TP's in to what could be an early death, manages to flash away. Shockwave was used, as Mad have to retreat after looking for that TP fight.
Oh, they're looking for the flank.
After finding that pick, Damwon know where Mad are, and now they're looking to collapse.
Look at the damage onto Elioya. So much work being done here by Ghost. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kazi dies. Showmaker and Canyon pick him up. And it's just one after the other. The Mad Lions are walking into their coffins.
All right, the hope is dead. It's getting rough here. It was nice while it lasted. I mean, Kazi trying to come over to support the team there, but they have no vision. So Canyon, Showmaker, they just turn around, they pick off the marksman, and now it is straight on to Baron. No answer in sight here for Mad. That Baron is going down.
It certainly is. A 20-minute Baron. The Misfortune ult's going to come out just for good measure, but an absolute stomping here from Damwon. And you'll see that Kazi's just like, hey, I can poke Canyon here, I can punish. Haha, surprise, it's Showmaker. Just lying in wait in the bush, able to one-shot Kazi.
What's up with that?
It's never a fair fight. But you know what? League was never meant to be a fair fight.
I knew that as soon as I saw some of the teammates I was getting. It's still not a fair fight here.
Damwon, though, continuing to be dominant. 20-1 in their last 21 games. Obviously going 6-0 in the group stage here. Last time they lost a series was all the way back in July, and that seems to be continuing as they are currently 6,000 gold ahead of Mad. Humanoid looked for the Shockwave but couldn't quite find it. Cannon coming in from the side as well as Ghost is chunked to half. Mad Lions needs to get out of here because it's the 3v4 in just a second. There's the ult coming out from Beryl. They know Humanoid has no flash, and they know that they can pick him off easy as that. Canyon on a killing spree, 3-0-2. Khan coming in from the side as well as Kaiser. He's just trying to get back to base. He just wants to drink some of the delicious juice of the fountain where he can drink it now, as Khan will kill him as well. And Damwon Kia just find pick after pick after pick.
And you can see that Mad are just kind of in desperation mode right now. They recognize that the position that they're in is a very, very bad one. So they're just trying to find whatever picks they can. They commit onto a play onto Ghost. Damwon is in a position to collapse. They end up finding more kills. They will secure another tier 2 tower. And 20 minutes in, they're already knocking on the doors of Mad Lions base.
It's getting tough here for Mad. And I think at this point, you look for one big fight, maybe you try to look for some sort of a turnaround. But beyond that, I think you're thinking about game 2. You're thinking about adjustments that you could make as 22 minutes in. Do they look for the fight now? Kazi just struggling to even clear these waves against Khan.
And a lot of it comes back to when Betty was saying the early towers meant that Mad couldn't push in. This was a perfect moment for a Gnar TP flank. But they have no vision.
Like now?
Because Damwon have done so much. They have one ward here. Perhaps they can look for the Gnar TP flank. But meanwhile, in the top lane, bot lane, Humanoid dies once again. And the Gnar TP flank, yeah, nah, that's not it. Mad Lions not able to get anything out of it. Better still looking for a flank of his own. The quickness not yet off cooldown. Armor goes into the Mega. But Damwon Kia are looking to close this one out.
They're looking to dive.
Won't be able to find it. Damwon retreat. Bot lane inhibitor still an option for them as they take the mid tier 2.
Yeah, they're just paying respect to the Meganar. They know that would be one of the only ways you could lose there if you try to dive into Meganar and things go bad. So instead, they wait out Armut's Narbar. They push in bot. Mid is getting buffed up here by Ghost as well, and they are looking.
They are looking dominant. I agree with you. Like, there's not many words that can describe this. An obliteration, an annihilation, the atomized Mad Lions, all of those, I think, fit the bill for this sort of situation. Damwon Kia continuing their dominance from the group stage. Now 8,000 gold ahead. Baron has expired. A minute on the Ocean Drake, but 2 inhibitors down. Mad Lions are very much against the ropes.
So let's have a look in this Axe Effect replay as Humanoid dies. This is just another really good engage from Damwon, and Beryl on this Rakan, he has had so many great engages pretty much throughout the game, and this is Mad's counterattack. They try to collapse onto Ghost, he has the cleanse to disengage, and now they know, hey, there's a collapse coming in from the bot lane. We as 3 members can zone off the 4 from Mad because we're that much stronger, and we can just slowly take more and more away from the Mad Lions.
Yeah, Damwon just playing it incredibly well. I have to say, Canyon has had a hell of a game here on the Lee Sin. And that is potentially going to make Mad rethink some of the draft priorities. You know, are they going to want to try to switch sides? Are they going to want to try to more highly prioritize a ban on something like the Lee Sin? Because Canyon has been everywhere, and he has been looking damn good.
I think that the problem Mad face is one that kind of the analyst has talked at length about, which is that, okay, so you're playing into a top laner that seems to have a much deeper champion pool, got himself a winning matchup.
Gotta worry about top.
And now there's Rakan and Canyon, who are also just having a field day right now in terms of their engages. And I think that Mad, moving into games, you need to look at more priority in their lanes, because if you give this much priority, you see the result.
So what Canyon does so well. Works with his top and his mid laner just to get into the enemy jungle to steal away camps, to steal away ganks. And now Damwon looking for their final inhibitor of the game. Mad Lions will be able to clear out the wave, but Damwon just have to wait. You've got double supers in the bottom lane. You've got a super wave here now crashing in the mid, and Humanoid, yes, you can try and clear these out, but the supers are pretty tanky. Shirelli is popped by Beryl, though, I believe. Still has the quickness, doesn't have the flash for about half its cooldown.
Slow and steady here for Damwon, trying to make sure there is no doubt in this game. They want those waves coming in top same time as mid and bot, and now stepping forward here a little bit aggressively, getting some damage down.
Shockwave misses, Khan goes under the back line. There's the bullet time as well, and Elyoya has to use the collateral damage to try and get away from it. Khan dived a little bit too deep there as Mad Lions were able to get one shut down, but it will not be enough to save their top lane inhibitor tower, and because of the super minions pushing in, they can't push out for anything more.
So the only good news here for Mad is that the game still isn't over, and they will be able to stall for a little bit longer. But Damwon, yes, can't overcommit just a tad, but they still take down the final tier 3 tower. Damwon should still have easy access towards the Drake, and even though they fall short here slightly in this fight, Damwon's still in control.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think that, yeah, the Shroud, it looked like maybe immune to the Shockwave there. I'm not sure if he dashed out of range of it or if it was just the Shroud itself, but not able to connect there, and without that major team fight tool, they do get one, can't get any more. And yes, Damwon do give up their top laner, but now it is 3 exposed inhibitors, and that really kind of hamstrings any opportunity that Mad have to turtle out in the inhib and to try to slow down this game.
Especially with the Baron up once again. Damwon could just set up vision up towards this top side and then take the Baron, push in with the supers, push in with the top wave. It becomes basically impossible for Mad Lions to hold on to their base, and it's something we've seen Damwon do over and over and over and over again over the last years. Definitely the most domestically dominant and internationally dominant team we've seen in the last 2 years.
And I like what Damwon's doing. They don't even like gamble it. They already have the vision control. They have enough vision to be able to set this one up. Showmaker kind of hovering with Beryl, and once Damwon realize, hey, they're not contesting us, we're fine, we'll just grab the Baron and we'll look to end the game. No wasting time with Damwon. They know that this is a best of 5. They know they've got another game to get through, and they want to get straight to business. So 1 inhibitor left exposed, and that is going to be the objective of their choice.
And you also close out the possibility that Mad find that perfect team fight. The one team fight that they often find in games like this. Kaiser was caught out in a bush. He will fall, as you say. Great awareness from Damwon to think about the fact someone could be lying in wait.
That's the classic Fnatic brush, right? You know, the one where Mad is just lying in wait looking for a pick, and Ghost uses the E to spot that one out. Very easy. They get themselves a pick, and now securing this inhibitor will be even easier.
Exactly. I mean, it's Damwon. You just have to think about the couple ways that possibly something could go wrong, and there's not a lot of them at this point. And then just check all those boxes, pushing in on all sides. Mid and top coming in here, 5v4, the Baron buff as well. These towers are going to start to get knocked down.
Kazi trying to clear out the waves with the Infernum, but Mad are penned back behind their own Nexus towers. Damwon waiting for the inhibitor to spawn in the bottom lane. 4 seconds on that. 3, 2, 1, and almost as it spawns, it's likely to go down. Mid-wave also there for the mid lane inhibitor that's about to come back up as well. Mad Lions might be the last moment they see these 2 inhibitors standing for the rest of the game. Ghost and Khan pushing in the bottom lane. Showmaker in the mid, holding on to that force of will, holding on to that sphere just to Look in the face of Humanoid. Look for that scatter of the week. Can't quite land it. Can't going in. Barrel's looking for Humanoid as well. And Humanoid is locked up. The bullet time comes out. And Humanoid once again dies. Damwon Kia now on the Nexus Towers. They want to make this one short and sweet. Mad Lions retreat to the fountain, but there is no safety there. Damwon Kia killing Mad in their own base. We'll look to the Nexus Towers. We'll look to close this one out. And we'll look to go 1-0 up in this series.
A nearly flawless game from Damwon from start to finish. Lane control into mid-game masterpiece. Just an excellent game one and absolute dominance coming out from Damwon to set the tone for the series.
And they absolutely got the maximum from these advantages that they eked out. The mid lane, all these early trades from Showmaker, pushing Humanoid back, forcing out the TP early. That got him the edge. Then it's the TP down towards bot side, getting 2 kills early on for Damwon, getting them already rolling. Khan was winning the 1v1 naturally from the get-go. It was always going his way. And then at that point, Damwon are winning all 3 lanes, and Mad's options become incredibly limited, especially when you aren't playing a playmaking jungler. You know, Elioya is on the Graves. It's about tempo. It's about showing up to objectives. It's about answering fights, but they're kind of losing on all sides.
Exactly that. And when they did try to make plays, things just didn't go in the way of Mad, and they got punished multiple times. Remember dying in the 2 versus 2 this time around, so they were able to get a bit of revenge after the MSI falters. But Damwon definitely stepping up across the board and looking very dominant here in this best of 5.
They really did, but you can check out Mad Lions' pick as the song that represents their playstyle, Can't Stop by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's apt. And the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official LOL playlist on Spotify. We're stepping away, but be sure to stay tuned for more Worlds 2021. Can't Stop, of course.
Could be good.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment. At League of Legends World Championships.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
They say where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Fly away, and we'll burn it all down.
welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, and a special welcome to our guest for this post-match, none other than Rogue's AD carry, Hans Sama. It's a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Hans Sama, but I'm also sad that you're here because it does mean that you're not playing on the stage.
Thanks for having me here. I'm so happy to be there, actually. Yeah, it's my first time in 5 years that I'm in the analyst desk, and it feels weird. So, yeah, I hope I'm going to smurf it up.
You are going to smurf it. Thank you for the honesty. Most people just are like, yeah, hi, and at least you call it out, you know, that it's
been 5 years.
5 years. You got to ease into it. Well, to ease into it, Kadra, why don't you kick us off? Picks and bans coming into this matchup. Initially, looking very, very positive for Damwon.
Yeah, I mean, they're on blue side, and in my opinion, I feel like they have a really good top matchup. You know, Khan had the push. You look at the mid jungle of the enemy team, they're playing Graves or Orianna, so they have no playmaking whatsoever against Syndra Lee Sin. So a favorable mid jungle as well for Damwon, I have to say, on blue side. And then looking at bot lane, I felt like it was a losing lane for the Rakan. What did you think of that bot lane matchup there, Hans?
I thought that it could be a losing lane, but Damwon, I mean, it could be a losing lane or losing push if MF tries to like get PTA, but she went commit in that game, so she just played for poke, and she successfully did it in that game. So they got a lot of poke on the Aphelios, and I would expect them to just get the priority in bot lane, get the tempo, the first base. So MF with tempo, she's kind of scary. She can run so fast, and yeah, on top of that, I can.
And I would say in general, Damwon Kia looking very, very scary this game. Chronicler, even stronger maybe than we initially expected.
Yeah, this is more of what we've seen from Damwon at Worlds, I think. I think that thus far in the tournament, they're continuously ramping up. I thought they were going to do really well coming in from summer, from finals, but this is also a lot higher level than what they've shown even domestically, and they won the LCK, right? Like in terms of the way that they actually utilize the priority that they generate, which is something that a lot of the other teams, on Life comes to mind, really struggles with, is so hard to deal with. And if I look at the draft as well, right, I feel like Matt kind of, with the knock counter pick and with flexing the Graves, also meant that there wasn't really any pressure on any point of the map, but you can't do that against Damwon.
You certainly cannot. And here, as we take a look back at some of the highlight moments of the game, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Showmaker was able to force out an early TP from Humanoid's Orianna, allowing him to TP to the bot lane fight in a clutch 3v2 Chronicler. This was some of that laning setup that you talked about.
There's a reason the man is heavily featured on this champion in the World video, right? And it's something that he went for the blind pick and is still able to have such a dominant laning phase that at this point he's up the summoner. With Man and Kazi opting into a play this heavily, that in of itself is a big risk, especially if you take into account that looking at mid, they were very aware of what Elyoya was, so there isn't really any risk in this play. Not a single kill, but the kill goes over to Kaiser as well, not even the person that you wanted on. And Showmaker's crisp timing and his laning prowess allow him to help out the rest of his lanes as well if they do run into trouble.
Yeah, and we were talking about it backstage, Hans. We were looking in mid lane, we were like, oh, that looks pretty rough for Humanoid. And then we saw the bot fight, and we're like, oh, TP. Such a big TP advantage just affects bot lane like that.
Yeah, for sure. But I think also I saw that yeah, the bot lane was playing actually quite well to Ghost and Beryl in that lane. On top of that, Showmaker that comes in with the TP, it's a big disaster for the Aphelios Luna, especially when you fall behind as Aphelios here without mobility and you don't have much help in your draft. The champion review is like not that helpful. If you had the trash, maybe it would be fine, but the whole game, I would expect them to die a lot more, and it did, because this champ is like a bit hard when this situation happens. But yeah, Damwon played really well. They won every lane, literally. I saw top lane was perma pushing. It was crazy.
Yeah, winning every lane usually a great way to start a game of League of Legends. It's hard to come back from that. We can take a look back at some of the highlight plays here. Of course, you can see below me, Showmaker, Khan, Ghost, everybody ahead in CS. And then on top of that, after that Showmaker play to the bottom side, Beryl was unleashed. And this is bad news for Mad Lions fan, because when we were playing Spot the Inter at MSI, Beryl was the Inter.
But this time he wasn't. He was making plays around the map. The Rakan looked clean. He had a good predicts onto Elyoya. He was very patient on the setup. The Rakan, which I thought Mad Lions would blind pick, looking at their previous games in group stage, actually going into his hands and looking very, very successful, as we see it here, just predicting Elyoya and making sure they get the extra kill.
And of course, when we look at it Chronicler too, I think again, while you are always grasping at straws against a Damwon Kia that's informed to find weaknesses, the fact that Beryl was able to come out so clean and so clutch in this game is a fantastic sign as we head to the next game in the series.
Yeah, because that's your main opening, right? Like that is what you would expect. That's what I would expect when you're looking at where has Damwon faltered historically. Over the last year, it has always been I mean, Hansam himself showed that, right? Like the one time when they looked weakest was when Ghost and Beryl had such a rough time in the game against Rogue. But if those two are playing well, which in this first game they very clearly are, they don't leave a lot of space.
Absolutely do not. And so, because you're our guest, Hansam, let me put you on the spot. This is a challenging question. What do Mad actually take away from this game? What do you actually do? What do you learn from this game? How do you adjust coming into our next game to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Maybe more playmaking in the mid-jungle champions, for sure, and having like more, I guess, stable lane because they lost everywhere. It felt like this game, after they lost lane, they got, Damwon got full tempo in the map. There's not even a single time that they dropped it, and they opened up the map really fast. And with good macro at like 18 minutes, they play on 2 lanes and makes Mad Lions so much harder to do anything. They could just not done anything this game. They couldn't do anything at all on the top lane. Can giving Heralds, 2 Heralds after Heralds. I don't know. It's really hard for Mad.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them playing on 2 lanes, playing on mid-top, and then Mad Lions playing on bot with Humanoid getting side towers, and the same thing on the opposite side where they're pushing top and Damwon are playing on mid and bot. We know Mad is a very flexible team in best of 5, so hopefully they can adapt quite quickly coming into game 2. And we know Mad Lions aren't the best first game best of 5 team. You know, G2 was similar European teams in game 1. That we'll give them on that one.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the hope that you're trying to instill here. At the end of the day, we want to see some adjustments in pick ban and certainly some adjustments in the early game. We're going to find out if Matt can bounce back in game 2. But before we get there, let's hear from the players on their favorite moments from Worlds so far, brought to you by Oppo.
My favorite moment is probably the game against Rogue that we just played to make us get out of groups, where Vulcan says he's going to flash Q the Ryze ulti at the end, and then he fails the Q on the Ryze ult, and then yells, "What?"
펜타킬 했을 당시가 아무래도 제일 기억에 남기도 하고 기뻤던 것 같아요.
我觉得到目前为止让我最享受的一个经历是我们在加赛中战胜韩华的那场比赛。
welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We will be doing picks and bans at the desk today, of course, joined by Hans Sama. Caedrel's here too. He's here all the time, though. You're not as special this time around. You were special for being a pro player before, but now that Hans is here, he is, in fact, the special one. So, got to look ahead. Got to talk a little bit about what's going to happen here in Game 2. Hans Sama, I want to go to you first. We hit it lightly in the post-game there, but I would love to know what you think about picks and bans. What has to change on the side of Mad Lions?
Definitely some playmaking on the mid-jungle side, because it felt like it was so one-sided for Damwon, like to make plays, and look like they have so much variety, but maybe it's because of their skill. And also picking Aphelios after, I think it's better to pick MF, kind of, when they ban Trash, when Damwon ban Trash, because I feel like MF is just a stronger champ, and she can make Aphelios having a hard time in the bot lane.
Yeah, I remember you were just talking about that right now, where you're saying like Aphelios needs Thresh in a way because of the amount of playmaking they have, right? Rakan ult, MF ult, Syndra ult. There's so many things that that Aphelios has to be scared of, so it's very difficult for him to walk up, and the playmaking just isn't really there.
And it definitely feels like it is a difficult balancing act where you need to find picks that are going to survive
there's the MF.
in the laning phase.
Mad Lions first picked it.
Wow, hot dropping in. Okay, real quick. Aphelios, TF, Graves, Fandaway, Lucian, LeBlanc, Yuumi. MF already locked in. Now we get to see what the response is from Damwon.
So what AD carry are you looking at here, Hans? With them first picking MF and banning Aphelios and Lucian banned, what kind of bot matchup do we expect from Damwon for AD carry?
Oh, I kind of need to remember actually, because I'm not playing the same patch anymore.
Been playing a lot of solo queue,
Let's keep up. Gore Drinker is still very good.
You know, I would play Zaya here. No, I just need to
Yeah.
Oh, but Ezreal, like, oh no, maybe not.
Maybe not. Well, they did go Lee Sin Syndra before. They might look for some kind of early rotation for top side. They have red side now, right? And last time we saw Damwon get quite a few counter picks or good lane matchups despite being on blue side. Now on red side, a little bit more power, and there's the Jhin.
Oh, that pick.
That pick?
I hate that pick.
Why do you hate that pick?
I wish that pick. So I picked Jhin and it was so useless. Every time I see this champ, the guy is reported. But
he's reported every time this champ's picked.
I appreciate that, but as I am not in this game and lack the power to report ghosts for locking in this champion or the coaching staff, talk to me about why you don't like Jhin in the current meta. Does he just not bring enough to the table?
It's just not a champion that you can carry with. It's just like, I guess it helps your team. Yeah, that's what I got. I feel like when I was playing Jhin against, the last match against C9, I felt like, I just wish that I had Aphelios there.
Yeah, well, Jhin locked in now, and I think support matchups also we're looking at. We got a blind pick Jace from Armut, so we talked about lane prior, we talked about pressure. Looks like Mad Lions are going for it, right? They've taken the MF Rakan away from Damwon. Leona gonna come out, which you expect, standard stuff. And the Jace blind pick, which now Khan is gonna have to counter pick on 4-5. Mid lane still not picked up yet. Ryze and Sylas still available.
And I think if now we see the Jhin locked in for Ghost, we know he's not going to be the center of attention, he's not going to be the crazy hyper carry like the Aphelios, then what are we looking for on the side of Damwon Kia to round out the rest of this composition?
Expecting some kind of carry top for Damwon Kia. Of course, they can ban away junglers. Sin's already taken away. Maybe they want to look towards things like a Jarvan to cover your AD carry. It's a winning jungle matchup for Lee Sin, though. Maybe even things like Trundle could be annoying for the side of Damwon if they want to take that away. Obviously with the Leona frontline, but solo lanes is what we're looking at for Damwon.
In general, in your experience on this patch, Hans-Sama, what do you look at when you look towards something that's going to be solid on the top side? I know you yourself are not a top laner, but you have a very vocal top laner. I know Wamne on your team, he has very strong opinions about matchups. In my experience, it's either the best matchup in the world or it's completely unplayable. What do you see in this situation that could maybe potentially be locked in? Kennen, of course, a pick that's still up and available. We've seen a lot of blind picks in the tournament. What would be your go-to in this case, or Rogue's go-to?
Definitely something top that you can play around, because you definitely don't want to play around the bot with those champs. I think those champs are very weak side. They could be like weak side champ. You can just bring Leona to top, pretty much top meta. They want to play Damwon, so I would say just something that can pressure top a lot. With having Lee Sin there, it's so much play potential.
Yeah, setup especially, right? There's the Kennen, which is being thought about for Damwon, brings a lot of team fight. Obviously, Jace does win that lane in isolation, but Kennen has obviously great team fight and good setup for Lee Sin. So looks like we're gonna get Khan's first Kennen of the tournament locked in, and now it's up to Mad Lions. Blind picking mid, picking jungle. Things like Trundle are up, which could do well in the front line. A lot of AD junglers we've seen. Elioya's Kiana.
Wait, but don't they have 3 champs that have Damwon skin already?
3 champs with Damwon skins.
They are doing this on purpose.
They're doing this on purpose. They have Jin. What are the Damwon skins?
Hans, that's play-by-play analysis right there. I'm just going to tell you right now. That's like the fun facts. That's not what I was expecting. No, I love it. Okay, we're going for Damwon skins, but I don't think we're there yet, though. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Now we have something like the Orianna locked in. Jungle, the last remaining piece of the puzzle. You brought up the Kiana already, Cadril. We'll see how many Damwon skins make it to the surface. But as much as this champion has been nerfed, Viego has looked really, really solid on Western teams.
Here's the Jarvan, though, something I was talking about. It's a losing jungle matchup in isolation, but they have an immobile AD carry. Now they have an immobile top. Jarvan makes a lot of sense. The only mobile mid really left for Damwon is, I was going to say Sylas, but Azir does kind of work as well. But again, Showmaker on a mage, this doesn't look like the Damwon we've been seeing throughout the tournament, where they love to play 1-3-1 and just play for side lanes and play for solo lanes.
Definitely taking their time, debating, and it will be the Azir now locked in. Now, earlier, Hans, you talked about playing towards the top side with this Jin Leona bottom. What do you expect from Damwon Kia in the early game? What lane should they be focusing on?
Maybe focusing on... Maybe... It's most likely gonna be like Leona or Lee Sin doing things around. I'm not sure which lane they want to play on, but they could move around and just to play with whatever pressure they can get in the map.
Yeah, and I think if you look at both drafts, the biggest pressure point for Mad Lions is top lane. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, Jace into Kennen, you expect Elio to play up there, maybe go towards mid and get some mana out of Showmakers Azir early, like an EQ, force him out, and then help mid get the push because Humanoid was struggling last game. Basically, both these comps are very heavy team fights. The only difference is Mad Lions have a Jace which can play over side, and they can play for 1-4.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, for Mad Lions, they are in the realm of team fighting, definitely somewhere where, as LEC representatives, we generally tend to trust them. They are a very strong team fighting team if they can come into the game even. Final predictions, gentlemen. Let's take the nameplates off. Just in terms of compositions overall, Hansama, whose composition do you like better?
I think I would like. I think I would like Damwon better, kind of, because they have like so much CC. I'm not sure actually, but Mad Lion doesn't look bad either. Not sure which is the best composition, actually.
That's exactly where we want you to be, Hansama. Stuck in the middle, uncertainty. That's how we do it. Is there one side you favor over the other?
I would favor Mad Lions slightly. Really good team fight, really good engage, really good shut down enemy carries, and a Jace for side lane.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see what happens as we head to our casters for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Let's get on into the second game of this series. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. By the way, Hansama drew the Mad Lion on that little red minion in front of you. A veritable artist.
True. Well, he's actually an artist, though.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. I remember learning about that after I think it was after the SKT Misfits years. They had some really nice videos on it. Yeah. On his art, but
he's very talented in multiple ways.
There you go.
He's come in for mine and Cadrill's job.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's jump into the game. Both teams kind of spread out on different sides of the map. Mad pathing towards bots, Damwon doing the same thing up towards the top side, seeing if they can find any potential picks or early game shenanigans, but nothing will come about.
And I feel like so much of this game is going to come down to the jungle matchup. You know, Jarvan has been a bit of a flop at Worlds so far, and Elioya, you know, he has to have a good game, it feels like, not only against Kenya, but throughout groups. The difference between him and wins and him and losses was enormous. You know, he's such a key contributor for Mad Lions. And if he can't get going like he couldn't last game, they rarely have success. And Kanan is going to have the preferential 1v1, so it kind of puts a lot of pressure on Elioya to find ganks.
And a lot of the time, it's how much damage he's able to do as a proportion of his team that really influences things. Remember his Kiana games, 2-0 on that across the course of groups, and he was putting out a lot of DPS. Here on the Jarvan, I personally am a little worried for how much impact he can have, especially since Jarvan has been struggling at this Worlds as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Elioya in losses, 9.9% of the team's damage. Like that's similar to support numbers, right? Just to put that in context. And you know, when he's not able to get going, they look like a completely different team. He feels like a player who plays so much off of confidence, off of momentum. When you watch him in the player cams and something goes bad, you can really see it on his face.
It's definitely true. Well, let's see what he's able to do on a slightly more early game focused jungler in the Jarvan. He's starting red, going to do Rafters. I wonder if he'll do the fast level 3 route, where he'll just go straight towards the Gromp. Based on his pathing, he is looking at that, so he may be looking for an early gank somewhere on the map. But thanks to Kazi and Kaiser not assisting their jungler, they were able to get the early pull. And right now, this will be the first level 2. So this time, Mad have Prio in the bot lane. Top is relatively even. Meanwhile, Showmaker, as you expect for the Azir in the other game, will have this early prio. But I'm just keeping my eye on the Jarvan right now. Canyon has done a full bot side clear, moving into his top side jungle. And Kazi and Kaiser, I imagine, will use this priority. Will get... No, okay, they're not going to put deep vision. They're just going to bet a little bit.
Straight top.
Exactly, and straight to top lane with the level 3.
And I think you have to go for these kind of plays, right? You can't play it the same way Lee is. You farm more slowly. He's got to look for these plays. We'll see if he can connect.
Flash away from Khan. Early on there was already in the lightning rush and manages to get away. But that is the first flash blown. Canyon was able to get an extra camp in that time. Elioya may look for the repeat as Armut flashes in. Khan, flash EQ, he dodges away from it, but it's knocked back by Armut. And Khan will be first blood. Elioya takes it.
I love it. Back-to-back ganks top here. Force the flash. Don't commit your flashes. Then committing the flashes to set it up. Armut jumps in, slows him up, and we have scraps on that bottom side. That's the kind of play that you need to see from Mad to get going early. The concern is Canyon got topside scuttle. He's level 4, and he can meet you at your blue buff now.
Oh, he knows. Canyon, this is what he does. Okay, so you've just punished my lane? But let's see if I can punish you. Canyon has the level advantage, but he's not going to risk it for the time being. I lied. He's coming right back, and I think this is the better play, because look, Showmaker just chunking out Humanoid's HP to force this 1v1 between the two junglers.
Absolutely. I mean, he just waited until the vision actually expired on him. Elioya, though, is able to get that.
Canyon no smite there, so that was one of the big difference makers. But I really love what Showmaker was doing in particular in the mid lane. He was making it as hard as possible for Humanoid to come and assist. But let's have a look back at this top gang.
Yep, just goes hammer form to the skies, you know, trying to get that slow to actually set it up. This was the initial play, of course, forcing out the flashes, not committing their own, and then just waiting for cooldowns. The slow comes through. Even though it's a great sidestep from Khan, when you get hammer form knocked back, there's just no way you're going to be able to get back to the tower.
And of course, those cooldowns for Kennen that early on, still very long too. The moment that he used them to try and clear the wave, that was Elioya's window to try and set up a punish. So they started off the game by getting Armut ever so slightly ahead, but now you expect Mad to try and repeat this process. Because this wave has been pushed underneath the tower, this is actually an opportunity to set up a stacked wave up towards the top, and maybe they can threaten a dive. With Khan no flash, Showmaker still has TP, which is something that Mad will have to take into consideration, but let's see if Canyon can do something on the other side.
I'm actually so surprised that they didn't take bot scuttle. You know, we see Mad, they're just assuming it was taken by Canyon, and so they're not going to it, and Canyon isn't going to it, so bot scuttle is just actually sitting alive here. 5 minutes into the game, Canyon getting a bit sneaky. That ward did spot Beryl, and his sweeper did not see the ward, so he is not aware that he has been spotted.
How safe is Armut going to play? He instead pushes up, tries to clear out the wave, but Beryl is here. Was spotted out. Canyon is in the vicinity as well. Khan low, stunned there onto Armut. Armut's trying to keep this wave as far away from his tower as possible to try and avoid this dive, but Beryl is having none of it. Flash forward, then it's played, Beryl tanks it, and Canyon takes the kill.
Beautiful play from Damwon, and exactly what they needed to do. Yes, Armut tries to keep the wave away from the tower, but Canyon, he's so smart because he realizes, hey, look, enemy Gromp is spawning now. We can look to try and punish this, but now the TP's going to come back into lane.
Beryl has no flash here. Battle Dance into Grand Entrance was a possibility, but nope, as you say, they can't punish it, Belly.
And I just think it was really smart pathing from Canyon. You know, Matt is assuming he went to bot side to take that second scuttle. Instead, he goes back up towards top side.
Engage. There's the knock-up. And we both said they can't punish it, but Khan is caught out once again. Mad Lions.
They can't.
They can't.
Yeah, I really got caught off guard by that one because
that was not that funny, Medic. Stop laughing. Stop that.
I was trying to do it in my head at the time.
Yeah,
but we're trying to have a serious cast here. What is this guy doing?
He's just.
Oh goodness.
Now, Elioya is looking to try and do to Canyon what Canyon has been doing to him. And now look, Kaiser and Elioya have grouped up. 80 carries have now been left. They're the new top lane. As Khan, only level 5. Oh, he knows. The pings are coming out. He knows.
This is pain as a top lane. You're just staring at those minions, watching them die.
The mid lane is really important here.
Showmaker has TP and Humanoid does not. Damwon here could look to chase this one forward. Elioya going in, a triple knockup coming out from Kaiser, and here comes Armut, bring down the hammer and put the nails in the coffin of Khan once again. Canyon able to escape. Here's the TP from Showmaker, but it's cancelled with the shockwave. Beryl underneath the tower. It's a double for Elioya. Canyon trying to get away, but he just can't get the damage down.
Elioya is a monster in this game. 4 kills at 7 minutes here. monstrous advantage for the Mad Lions and some hope again here for the LEC fans.
And so much credit needs to be given to Humanoid because Showmaker, if that TP comes through, this play could look very different, and you need to keep your eyes on the minimap because the moment that Mad commit to this play, they realize, hey, look, we know we're going to win this fight. Armor has a level advantage, the CC comes up beautifully, and then as the Shockwave comes through, Humanoid's like, I've got to stop this. Beautiful Shockwave. The whole Mad Lions top side really coming up clutch to get them this early game lead.
That was really nice from Humanoid. It was critical that he actually stops that, especially with the Azir having ultimate and flash. You probably all die. Yep. So yes, he has to run through the tower to actually do it. But there is the emotion, there is the reaction that you're expecting. Elyoya has a huge advantage. Now we got to see what he can do with it.
And we come back to exactly what you were saying at the beginning of this cast, Isel, which is that Elyoya looks best when he has something he can have some agency on. We're not trying to call him a bad Graves player, but his ability to impact the game, it's night and day between game one and game two. What he's capable of, and Matt just want to keep attacking Khan.
Kaiser and Kazi apparently have had a little spat in the break because he is not laning with his AD carry anymore. Instead, Armut's his new best friend as Khan is caught out. Slicing Maelstrom will be enough to save him as he flashes away from the last bit of damage.
Okay, so Khan will get away with his life. The problem for them, though, is that the Herald is going to drop on the top side. Yes, Canyon will be able to get the Drake, but also they get the flash out from Khan, and Mad don't invest any summoners, so they still are net positive. And think of all the farm that Khan continues to lose as a 30 CS difference is now developing in the top lane.
Absolutely. In my eyes, immediately when I see something happening like this on the top side of the map, I say, okay, well, what if Damwon got for themselves on the bottom side? They actually have gotten nothing. They are down a little bit here in farm. They're now pushing back and trying to get some plates, trying to fight back and really get something for themselves. But Mad have gotten so much more on the top side, and now the tower's just dead.
Definitely one of the weaknesses of Jhin compared to something like an Aphelios that can just rip through those towers. They could dive him here. Khan, no stopwatch on that cannon. Hextech Odonator is
No, they will dive him. They're definitely going to dive him.
But they don't know where Showmaker is right now, but they know that he is not on his way. The control wall cleared out. They're looking for this tier 2 canyon on the way as well, but Mad Lions will not go for the dive. Second time this game, Benny, you predicted something to happen and the opposite has happened. I might just start listening to Azale a little bit more.
You could see Kaiser's positioning was clearly, if it weren't for that control ward, I think they would have gone for the dive.
To be fair, my prediction has been kind of bad too. I didn't think that you would actually laugh at that joke earlier. So Benny and I are, we're scaling as the series goes on. We'll get better, Medic.
We'll get better.
We'll shape up.
Now I'm looking at these TPs as well. Khan does have TP, and Azale, if you could just bring up the minimap for me.
I can.
Look at all these traps that are actually hovering around Kazi. This would mean more if Damwon was kind of, well, they have the push in mid, but they're not actually setting up any kind of play towards the bot side. But there's also this potential vision that they could look to leverage if they wanted to try and trade for that bot tower.
I mean, it's just demonstrated where the vision is. Matt has all these wards up on the top side, this area. Obviously, Damwon's is all down in the bottom quadrant around those dragons. And they're just playing on very different sides. They're trying to create advantages, but thus far, it has been Matt getting so much more. They're 3.5K ahead here. 10.5 minutes in. That is a monumental lead. And now trying to get down here and punish Ghost.
So yeah, they've now translated their lead from top side to bot. Khan is level 7, has TP and has ult. Showmaker is rotating from mid towards the bot side of the map. And while Matt is focused on securing these plates, let's see how this fight actually plays out.
Humanoid has the TP. He's going to catch that top wave as Khan also has a TP to match. Mad Lions, 2 mythics to the good in terms of inventory right now. You can see the Eclipse finished alongside the Gore Drink. It was a sub 10-minute Gore Drinker for Elyoya. Those early kills paying off in terms of damage. Showmaker here, chunked out by Armut, and expect this Jarvan Jace combination, the double J's, just to keep roaming the map together.
Canyon will walk into his Raptors being stolen, does have the smite, and yeah, he's going to secure that one, along with the little Raptor there. Now what I will say is, we didn't mention it earlier, but you gentlemen may remember the top lane dives from Mad Lions in group stages. They've improved.
Versus
Good
Ole,
job, good job.
yeah.
Good job, Mad Lions.
I have no memory of those dives.
No, you
the game
don't
started at 20 minutes, didn't it? Sure.
Neither is Mad, because they blacked out during the dives. That's actually why they went so poorly.
But yes, Mad Lions definitely improved their dives as Darmon looked to set up down towards the bottom side. Kazi's been doing a good job of just backing away, accepting perhaps a Krug here, a Krug there, and allowing Ghost to take these tower plates. And he has to do that. You know, if you're a 3v1 on the bottom side of the map, as an AD carry, you have to retreat from that. Because of that, he's about 600 gold behind. But look at the top lane difference.
Hang on, TPs. Here it comes.
Looking for the ward. There's a Cataclysm. Ghost will use his flash preemptively to get away. The Solar Flare popped as well. Armor unable to hit the shock blast, but he can bring down the hammer. Ghost forced away. Beryl already dead. Ghost trying to do what he can to survive this, but Armor able to get away from Showmaker. The shuffle does not do enough as Mad Lions take 2 in the bottom lane.
So Mad Lions find themselves more kills on the bot side of the map, and the expectation for Damwon is that they can just trade on this side.
Canyon. Oh, that was so smart. Oh, let's take a trip
coming.
to
They want
LA.
more.
That was a Grand Canyon play from the Damwon jungler. Elioya trying to get away. Bullet time's going to keep him locked in place. Elioya will get the kill. And goes unstoppable. Canyon gets 1 back for Damwon.
That was unironically a very good zoning ult.
Yeah.
Yeah,
actually couldn't walk past it at all.
Really was. Because I think that everyone in this game could see that what he wants to do is W over to Showmaker to get to safety. So he's like, okay, I'll just ult Showmaker, and then your 1 point of safety has now been removed.
Karzi just hitting him with the Gandalf cosplay. You shall not pass. And we can see in the Axe replay here.
Let's have a look back at this. So they forced up. We don't have time.
Even though trying to trade with Khan, but the slicing Maelstrom comes out. Khan with Noguri's skin will not play the champ as well as Noguri did last year. Humanoid gets 1. He's looking for Showmaker here as well, who will slide in. Humanoid will die, but he makes it a 1-for-1.
This was live, but you would be forgiven for thinking it's a replay, given how often we have seen this happening to Khan this game.
Yeah, we definitely... That's a good one, I like that.
Thank you.
I thought you were going to take a Humanoid, that was what I was expecting, and then you flipped it. You had me in the first half. All right.
Gotta keep him guessing.
Gotta keep him guessing. Now, Khan will end up falling short once again. You can just see how weak and how much he has been shut down in this early game. And obviously, we've been talking a lot about Mad because after the first game, it looked done and dusted as Showmaker now goes in.
Kaiser here, Solar Flare's going to hit. Showmaker has to flash away. Cammy's going to join the fight. Elioya on his way. 5 kills rest on his shoulders. Because of that, Damwon will retreat from the play.
And I feel like that Mad is so much more comfortable in a situation like this because when they're the ones that get to decide when everything is happening, that is when Mad look the most comfortable. That is when they look best. And, you know, we talked about Elioya earlier, but he is that driving force. And when you combine him alongside Kaiser, look at the both of them, 503, 205. It is these two working in tandem that is making so much of the action happen. And what I wanted to say was, if you contrast this to game 1, it's like a completely different team that we're seeing, but also you can see how much different this team looks when they have a little bit more agency in the draft.
It's almost symmetrical though, because Damwon at 15 minutes in game 1 were about 3,500, 4,000 gold ahead. Here, Mad, the team making the plays, the team looking for these fights, are 4,000 gold ahead as we get towards that 15-minute mark. Now, a lot of that rests in the top lane for Armor, but also on Elioya with this Jarvan. And what you want to start doing for the rest of this game as Mad is translating that gold into leads on the rest of your team as well.
Absolutely, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to move around the map, trying to take over the enemy jungle camps, steal those away, starting to get some objectives here now. They obviously have the 1 Infernal. They're grabbing a Rift Herald here, and likely could just use it mid, try to get more gold there, open up the map even more, and make it more difficult for Damwon to actually approach the next dragon.
I think it's necessary too against an Azir. When you have that kind of wave clear, it's that much harder to siege. So I do like this play from Mad Lions, and I think it makes the most sense. Now, obviously, Mad is in a very good position right now. And when we kind of contrast it to last game, I would say that the problem for Mad was that they didn't have many avenues back into the game with their composition. That's not entirely true for Damwon. You do still have the late game of Showmaker on the Azir. Cannon, even though behind, still offers a huge amount of utility. So even if the Cannon just goes in, ults, and dies, that can still offer a lot of value. And then Ghost on the Jhin can offer a lot of long-range threats. So I still think that Damwon, even in this position, do still have some late game options to still come back into this game.
They absolutely do, and that's one of the reasons I actually think, you know, Mad should just keep playing for Vision and play 1-4. Because while Kennen, yeah, if he gets a 5-man ult from behind, he can have value. He can't do anything against a Jace when you're this far down in the 1v1. So, you know, play towards the sides, keep creating these pockets of vision where Armlet can feel safe to push, feel safe to really extend that advantage. Because I think that the 4v4 is actually more preferential for Mad.
You see, Damwon have been trying to find a few picks over the last few moments, haven't come up with anything as of yet, but if they can continue to chip away at Mad's vision, they will be able to get themselves into those areas of darkness. For the moment, though, it's Mad in the driver's seat. 5,000 gold ahead at the 17-minute mark.
So you'll notice these 2 wards just above Kaiser in Damwon's blue side jungle. And that's because Mad, rather than threatening mid, is actually looking to try and secure themselves the bot tier 1 for the time being. And the main reason for this is because, as Azael was just saying, their biggest strength right now comes from their side lane. The fact that Jace is in this position is fantastic for Mad Lions. So what they'll do is, let's funnel more gold into him. Let's secure this tower, and let's actually push it up to the tier 2, where you can get so much more gold thanks to these tier 2 buffs. Remember, it was a few patches ago now, but the additional gold that you get opens up the map even more. And if you secure these as well, guess what? It gives you direct access into the mid lane, because you push in this wave, make the rotation over, and then you can start threatening that tier 1 in mid.
And this whole quadrant is basically dark for Damwon. This is the only wards you see right on screen getting cleared out. There's one by the Wolf Pit. They are securing the vision as they need to do, so the play is preempted very well by that setup, but they're going in.
The bullet time, they're looking for Ghost, who will flash and heal. Khan on a good flank here. The flash slicing Maelstrom, and Khan rips Mad Lions. Underneath the tower, they were just about to escape, but the kick back onto Kazi will spell his doom. Canyon ticking, ticking, ticking. He'll go down as well, a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
I cannot believe that was a 1-for-1. That is the gold lead in action there for the Mad Lions.
Back in, Showmaker dies before his bodyguards can arrive. Once again, a 1-for-1 as the shutdown goes over to Ghost. Armor looking for a shock blast here, but can't find his man.
And you can see that even though Damwon is down, they are definitely not out. Canyon makes an insane play on the Lee Sin, and he nearly got away with it too if it weren't for that Ignite that came out from
meddling Kaiser.
Yeah, and now the TP coming into bot lane. Khan, it seems that Mad Lion's saying, hey, you're not allowed to kill. We've got to punish you for that.
Humanoid with the command protect, shields up Elioya under the tower, and then thanks him for the kill.
And it was huge. That actually we saw Elioya survive, just barely able to get out of there because he's a 500 gold bounty. That is a significant swing if that goes on one of the Damwon carries, but they want to find a play here. Elioya is out of mana. Does he even have enough for a flag and drag?
Doesn't have the mana for the EQ combo. Canyon slowed there by the command dissonance, and actually Mad Lions will be able to escape.
Whew. That was close, but this should be a free Drake for Damwon. Actually, maybe not, because Mad, actually a few of their members have been able to reset. Let's have a look back at this. So this is quite an aggressive dive from Elioya. He's saying we can just one-shot him with the Orianna ult, but it ends up falling short thanks to the flash coming out from Ghost. And the re-engage, Khan flashing over the wall. And just keep your eyes on the Lee Sin here. Watch this. Q into flash, into Gore Drinker, gives him all his health back, into kick, and he almost gets out, but again, it is that Ignite that just finishes him off. Crazy play there coming out from Ken.
Yeah, that 3-man Gore Drinker was huge. 500 and something health back, and then a little bit of a trade. What do you think killed?
It must have been the bouncing grenade. Yeah. It had to have been.
Yeah, but Elioya able to survive, keeping his bounty intact.
And out of all of that, Mad actually extended their gold lead even more. They're now sitting at about 6.3k, which is pretty impressive. Again, considering you look back as to how their early game went last time around, and we kind of have to harken back to the MSI matchup when Medic, when we were casting it, I remember us finishing game 1 and we were being like, well, I guess it's fast 3-0 a day. And then game 2, immediately Mad Lions bounce back, just like they have in this one. And I think that Mad Lions really wanted to get the revenge against Damwon and showcase that they're not just some pushover team that you can get an easy best of 5 against.
I think the difference between this series and the series at MSI was when Mad did win, it was even until around the mid-game and Mad won team fights. Whereas this game has very much been Mad putting Khan in the dirt over and over and over again, and then translating that onto the rest of the map.
And it's so interesting because both teams kind of have, evolved since MSI. Damwon, when you're looking at them and you're looking at how Mad actually won their games, it was really by abusing bot. But Ghost has actually had, I think, quite a bit of growth, it's fair to say, since coming back in summer with Damwon. He had looked better. He has not been getting taken advantage of in groups, and he's been pretty solid across these first 2 games. But it is actually Mad, attacking Khan, who is thought to be the biggest improvement for Damwon because of the added flexibility. Coming in MSI, everyone was like, he's the Scion 1 trick, he's the tank guy. At Worlds, he is just slamming everyone and playing everything.
It certainly is. And again, coming into this draft, we were like, oh, well, here we go. Khan's going to get counter pick. Khan's going to be able to play well in this top side of the map, and Mad have done their best punishing. But now comes the Baron. And we saw some crazy Baron steals yesterday. Canyon is on Lee Sin, one of the best for stealing, but Mad want to fight.
They just were looking for Beryl here, already half his health gone. Goes in with the Zenith Blade, pops the stopwatch as well. And look at how low Elioya is. Kicks back straight into the waiting arms of the bullets from Ghost's gun. 1-for-1 trade once again, but that's very much Damwon favor.
Now, this is a very typical Mad Lions play. When they have a lead and Baron is alive, they use it as a means to force a fight, and we saw that. The problem for them was that they engaged onto Beryl, and what Beryl is weak, still a Leona, still very tanky, bought a lot of time. And then Ghost was able to leverage the long-range ult with a really good kick once again from Canyon to get that shutdown money onto Eljoy. And you can now see a whole 1K over Kazi, and Damwon have been able to close that goal gap ever so slightly, even though they are still at a deficit.
And it was really interesting. I was actually expecting Khan to come up on the minimap. He's in mid. I was expecting him to move over and try to flank here, but it was actually him just clearing out the waves, pushing it in. I think he thought this was a lost fight, but the beautiful kick straight into that ultimate shot there, 800 gold onto Ghost. And Damwon do hold on.
But Medic, I hope you're ready, because Mad 100% is about to force another Baron. I'm going to say, let's fight again, because this is what Mad love to do. They leverage Baron as a tool to force fights when they know they have an item advantage, but I think the thing they have to be concerned about right now is, look at Ghost, 2 items now been completed, and against multiple squishy champions, Jin can definitely hit hard.
And I wouldn't mind seeing Mad just continue to play sides, stack towards Soul, because I think that Mountain Soul is insanely good against this composition here from Damwon. You know, Jin does more damage as you get lower on HP. The shield actually is very effective against Jin ult. It's very effective against a lot of the bursts that Kennen and Lee Sin, these champions, are going to put out front. So I don't think they need to really rush it. You know, they're in a good spot. You're still winning sides. Play 1-4, take away vision, take these guaranteed objectives, because if you go to Baron and you get flash Kennen ulted, or you lose the Baron to a Baron steal, that is a way they can lose this game. And there's no pressure on them, because they have pretty good scaling too, with Orianna, with the MF as well.
Kaiser and Leora looking for this. Cataclysm coming out. Kazi's going to step right into the captive audience. Beryl going back onto the backline. Curving call comes out. Beryl is down. TP behind Humanoid. He tries to flash away, but the Emperor's Survive will catch him. Showmaker pops the stopwatch to stop the shockwave, but the bullet time will still rip him to shreds. Mad Lions still looking for this fight as Kaiser underneath the tower pulls a stopwatch of his own. Armor putting the damage down onto Ghost. He's going to get locked up as well. And Armor just went too deep. Damwon once again winning out this fight.
Damwon continue to show why they are such a good team fighting team with an excellent punish onto the Mad Lions. Mad way too overcommitted there underneath the tower. Damwon find themselves with a number of shutdowns, and Cannon, he's looking for a little more.
Guys,
this is what I'm talking about. I just don't think you need to force that hard. It feels like they are feeling a lot of pressure to move the game forward. Maybe they feel that they get outscaled. Maybe they feel that they are not in a position to actually win a slow-played game here. You know, the ulti that you're going in for, it's basically just on Beryl, because Canyon is always going to ward hop out of that. The root from Ghost was critical, though. Actually keeping Carzzy away from Canyon. The follow-up was not there as a result. Then 4 members from Mad are split off from Humanoid, so Showmaker is able to go in. The Shockwave as well as the Flag and Drag, both immune by Showmaker. Yes, he does go down eventually, but Canyon is smurfing in this fight. The kickback, they clear out the minions, and then Ghost with the root on Arma under the tower.
And I think that Arma thinks that he has way more damage than he does, because he's looking at Ghost and he is clearly trying to get that kill underneath the tower, ends up getting rooted up and ends up losing his life as well.
I think he has a lot more damage if that Shock Blast connects, right? He probably gets both of them if that Shock Blast hits. I will note as well, Elioya going for the Black Cleaver second here.
I did notice that, yeah.
No Sterak shield, and he is getting burst quicker than you've seen some other Jarvans get burst at this world. Third Dragon
more
again,
damage
will be taken from Mad. It's more damage.
He has, yeah. He has more kill threat, but as you rightly said, much squishier. And definitely in a couple of these situations, if he did have that Sterak, he would have had way more survivability.
Yeah, absolutely. It is one of those tough situations, because often when you're playing from really far ahead, the additional CDR for your engages feels really, really nice. You just fly in there, be able to have that additional damage setting up for the MF with your ultimate every single time. And especially because Carzzy is going for the lethality build, the MF ultimate cooldown gets pretty low, and you're trying to kind of sync that up a little bit.
And now we kind of look at Damwon in their entirety. So Ghost has now got 3 completed items. Showmaker is at 2 with the Void Staff finished up. Canyon has gone for the Sterak second and has a stopwatch. Khan also has a stopwatch and a Void Staff as well. So you can see that Damwon's team fighting is getting stronger every single fight. And the reality is that if you're at a deficit and you're trading even or even slightly up in many of these team fights, that's only beneficial to you. Remember, we were at a 7k gold lead not too long ago, and that gold is slowly starting to diminish as Damwon continue to find these successful fights.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of good fights in a row for Damwon. It's now about 4.5k. As you said, it was 7k earlier. But Mad are at Soul Point. That is kind of what they have bought for themselves. Damwon will have to fight at this Mountain Soul. I don't think you can give it up with this type of composition. Yes, the Azir has high consistent damage, but your other 3 damage dealers are all very upfront, very burst heavy, and Mountain Soul's really difficult to deal with for those champs. So it becomes about the setup for Mad. We're 3.5 away. They want to make sure that they have full vision control, get out there early, be there a minute in advance, full vision denial, and try to make sure that Khan has no options for TP flanks or for these really surprising angles.
Showmaker just going to poke across the wall here, but you can see Kaiser.
Oh my god.
He definitely has the damage, Vedius, just needs to hit those Qs.
Yep,
Showmaker down to half.
Yep, you are correct.
Showmaker not yet got the Seeker's Arm God, not got any armor. Wouldn't do too much against Cyril.
That's a 3.5 fighter. Yeah, that's a lot of lethality into Armit's back pocket, and when playing into no armor, yeah, it hurts, as you can see.
Now, man, Showmaker looking like a range minion out there.
Also want to note that stopwatches are plenty. We've already seen a lot come out from both sides, but Jarvan has a stopwatch, Lee Sin with the stopwatch, Khan with the stopwatch, Humanoid with the Zhonya's.
Canyon chunked out by Armor. I'm pretty sure that control ward does not spot the other ward in the bush. Deadly Flourish goes wide. And what Mad Lions are doing here is setting up some vision control around the Baron so that they can make Damwon face check into them, but also this is preemptive. You know, you set this up for the next 2.5 minutes and then you can play either Baron or the Mountain Soul.
And one of the really big advantages against Kennen comps you get when you have the push is that your opponents can't get deep vision for flanking wards. You keep pushing them in, you know that they're on their side of the map, therefore they cannot have wards on your side of the map. And we'll see if Damwon can get Barrel out there, try to get some sort of a deep ward, because it does feel like they're going to need that type of a flank. But as I say that, I mean, Khan is getting really strong. He's actually higher level than Arma now has level 16, does have the Zhonya's completed, so he's on 3 items and will be truly a threat at this next fight.
So Mad now starting to transition their vision down towards the bot side of the map. Humanoid needs to catch this wave, and Mad is saying, the worst thing that could happen to us right now is if Humanoid dies, so let's give him a little bit of cover. We'll invest our vision towards the enemy blue side jungle, and we'll just offer that extra bit of protection. But that's a really great point that you made there, Azael. The fact that Khan is level 16, I think is such a big deal. And with Damwon grouping up as 4 in the mid lane for now, they also have a push in the top lane. They now get to control a little bit of the river. So they now, they have to spend their turn clearing out all this vision, investing their vision. But now you see Mad coming back out on the map, replenish control wards. Oh, they're actually starting this one off. And look at the position of Khan. Yeah. This is how they get their flank.
Might just be onto Humanoid. Ghost now stepping up towards where that blue buff would be. Khan laying in wait. The only player on this team without a Worlds trophy to his name, Khan. Looking to at least carry Damwon to a win here, perhaps to the semifinals. Khan can flash, slicing match from Elioya in the pit now. Khan in prime position. Is it the return of the Khan? He can't quite get in yet.
They've got to wait for Showmaker. He needs to TP back because he took that shock blast, and they may try to go once he TPs back in.
Look at Khan's positioning. That blue trinket did come down, and he knows, so he's just trying to avoid the vision. Armin is aware of the potential flank.
And
we're going for 50-50.
He's going to go. He has flash.
Khan has flash. Slices and dices up the Mad Lions. And they did not respect Khan. Damwon Kia cleaned the Lions off the map. They wear their pelts as a cape as they ace them in the river.
And once again, Damwon showcased their fantastic team fighting prowess. Forcing that Baron looked like a risk, looked like a flip, but they were doing to Mad Lions what Mad Lions often like to do to everyone else, using it as a means to force a fight and getting the flank that Khan has been looking for.
And they didn't have anyone marking Khan. That was the critical error from the Mad Lions. You have got to find Armut. He's got to find Khan and chase him around and look for the 1v1. Make the Kennen use his ultimate in the 1v1 or back off from that position. Because Armut is committing to trying to land poke on the 4-man squad, no one is marking Kennen. Kennen finds the angle, and that was all she wrote for this team fight, and that is such a huge error from Mad Lions. The question now is, can you actually get the Mountain Soul? Because Damwon have reset pretty late. Oh my god, the damage done. That tells the whole story.
It really does. Shockwave from Humanoid did land, but Khan just slicing and tearing through Mad. Now, Dragon started up. It will be the Soul. Humanoid TPing behind here. Khan doesn't have the slicing mouse for a couple more seconds. Mad Lions should be able to secure the Mountain Soul at least, but Humanoid is in no man's land. Caught by himself, Khan pops the stopwatch to stop the shockwave, but Mad Lions still looking to fight. They are able to get the shutdown. Humanoid will die as well. Canyon on the flank now. Kazi, no bullet time. Quickness almost back up for Kaiser. Now it comes in. Armor's still alive, but Beryl's diving onto him. Showmaker pops the stopwatch of his own. Ghost healing up. Beryl down. Kazi trying to get away, and Showmaker will die as well, and Kazi's still alive, but Canyon will take him out. Elioya and Kaiser versus Ghost and Canyon. And Elioya tries to get away, but the Deadly Flourish finds its mark once again. He dodges the shockwave. Kaiser gets the heal with Gleaming Quill and will dodge back. Canyon, no Dragon's Rage, no Sonic Wave connecting. Ends up being a 3-for-3 trade.
Wow. So, another massive fight takes place. Mad Lions will walk away with the soul, but Damwon should be able to continue their siege. They're not going to overcommit. Instead, they're going to keep pushing in these waves, get a couple more towers down, and now look at this. The gold dead even. This is why Damwon is the reigning world champions and why they are one of the favorites to win the whole thing.
Absolutely. I mean, they're so damn good at playing out the mid and the late game. That is really where they do excel. The Shockwave does get Zhonya's there. And you know, honestly, at the end of the day, this is not that bad for Mad Lions in this specific play because they did come away with the Mountain Soul. They're trading even on kills. Yes, that play by Baron was catastrophic. That let Damwon back in the game. But you are still now even on gold, and you have Mountain Soul. And that is very, very powerful against Damwon's comp. That is very much so an upfront damage type of style.
Whew. So now we're in a position where Ghost is level 16, 4 items done, one of them being the Infinity Edge. Zhonya's is now fully upgraded for Khan. And we talked about the late game comeback potential of Damwon, and you really are seeing it with their composition right now. But now that's not to say that Mad's team fighting is necessarily weak. It's just that what Khan offers on this cannon is just so much utility and damage that in the right fight, you can see how much easier it is for Damwon to be able to play out the 5v5.
And I've got to say, you know, even though last game from Canyon was incredibly impressive how he snowballed his lead, how he has played from a deficit is even more impressive.
Yeah.
Like, he has been outstanding in almost every single fight here on the Lee Sin. He is putting pressure on Carzzy. He is dipping and dodging back and forth, putting the maximum pressure, never really falling down. And now he has GA plus stopwatch. He has the ability to throw himself into that backline. And we're likely going to see Damwon playing towards this Elder.
Even catching the wave here to make sure that Mad could not get mid priority. Canyon will clear it out. Carzzy gets the slow, but Canyon obviously on the Lee Sin can just dodge away.
Look, they even move Ghost off onto a side lane, and then because they have the Azir turret here, they know that it's that much harder for a Kaiser engage to come through alongside a Jarvan. So Damwon just continuing to play the map. They have actually gotten themselves the goal lead. I think that's the first time this game. But the fact that they've been able to claw back from the deficit they were in, just so impressive. And I can't get over how they played that Baron, because like we were talking so much about it, Azel, very much about how they need this cannon to get onto the backline. So you need a flank. So, but how do they do that? When you don't have mid prior, when you don't have control, how are you going to get this deep vision into a flank? Well, you force them into a fight on your terms. You decide when the fight happens, and to have that awareness and then to execute upon it, just always so impressive to watch.
It's one of the reasons Damwon, as the Solar Flare lands into the Deadly Flourish, Stopwatch will stop the Zenith Blade from chasing him down, but Canyon once again gets the kick, knocks Humanoid back, and Humanoid dies. Elioya trying to get onto the backline. Canyon and Bevel are low here. Canyon still has the GA. Showmaker caught up in the Cataclysm. Bevel will get killed off by Carzzy, and Mad Lions may have found a Khan here, but Khan is having none of it. Pops the Stopwatch, slices through Mad Lions. Khan, in his last worlds, doesn't even want to lose a game. He will kill off the Mad Lions as Damwon march through mid.
Time and time again, Khan coming up huge with these team fight ultimates. And Damwon on the march to victory here in Game 2.
Wow, an insane comeback from Damwon. They have the wave. Only Kaiser is alive.
No,
he's going to be shut down. Canyon won't lose his life either, and Damwon are going to match point.
There is an aura around Damwon that just seems unstoppable. 2-0 over the Mad Lions.
Showmaker said in the live video, we don't lose. And so far it has been true here against the Mad Lions, but Mad, that game was in their hands. They had an incredible early game. Elioya on the Jarvan really needs to be highlighted how damn well he played. I just think they're going to want that Baron fight back so badly. Because really, I think if Armut just marks the cannon, you just walk at the cannon and 1v1 him, That's your whole job. You don't need to do anything else. I don't think that Baron fight ever happens.
I mean, I think we can go back earlier, Azael, because I think the reality is that you were talking a lot about it. They tried to force a lot of fights that you can argue they didn't need to. A lot of fights are going 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 3 for 2 in favor of Damwon in some of those situations. And a lot of those opportunities, Damwon weren't exactly like closing the goal gap dramatically, but they were getting a second item or just enough to be able to be more competitive in the fights. And then it ultimately led to that Baron where they were on equal footing.
I agree. I mean, it just looked like Mad felt pressured. It felt like they thought they were in a worse position than they were. They were winning sides so heavily. They put so much into getting this Jace ahead in the 1v1, but then you're allowing the Kennen to play 5v5 instead of being forced to just answer waves at his tower over and over again.
Yeah, it was down 1, now it's down 2. We'll see if it's down 3 in just a moment's time. You can listen to Piercing Light on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify while we are in the break. Check out more LoL music in the League of Legends hub on Spotify.
Told you, he's the EU freak.
Hey, that was a good...
Hello and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Now, while initially that game looked very positive, of course, Damwon in the end taking it out, but the important thing that we start with is a graphic that our production team has lovely called Armut Good. It's an important one to look at because keep in mind, while Armut may have struggled individually in the 1v1, in the 3v1, he was an absolute monster. You might not be able to see it yet, but it's very important that you look at that jungle proximity. That's 41.9%. That is an all-time record. Even Xiaohu, the legend of top lane attention, has never seen that much, and obviously it paid off in the early game. Massive individual lead, plus 2.6k for Arma, massive CSD advantage. And while that was solid, what Mad Lions did with this advantage in the mid game was what was so crucial for snowballing them into the massive lead.
Yeah, obviously massive props to Damwon for the comeback, but there's just one small play that we wanted to talk about how good Mad Lions macro was in this game, and if this can't help them win, then God knows what will. Anyway, so quick context here. They just took top tier 1, and Armwood has Eclipse, so he's really fed. This Chase is absolutely unleashed on the map. The problem is he has no TP, and Khan does. So let's watch what he does. The way League works, it's almost like a problem-solving thing, right? Do I put my Jace top and then not have TP? And if he doesn't have TP, then obviously bot lane can't lane because they're going to get TP'd on, and Armwood has to push the tier 2, which is too risky. What does he do instead? He runs bot side to push out Damwon's bot lane, so that means that it covers the TP disadvantage, right? The wave is actually in a pretty far-off state where Armwood doesn't really need to be there. But because Armwood's in bot lane now, who takes top wave, right? Really good adaptation from Mad Lions. Humanoid actually leaves mid wave and runs all the way to top. So there's another wave coming in from mid, just leaves it, runs to top and catches top wave. So he's attributing or like covering the top wave, which Armwood should have taken, but he couldn't because he doesn't have TP, but Humanoid does. So Mad Lions are actually being proactive on the map rather than keeping lanes in the same state. So Armwood comes bot, pushes Damwon's bot lane away. When the wave crashes, he goes to mid wave to catch mid wave, right? So you're not actually dropping any creeps on the map whatsoever. Now you've swapped your solo laners without actually having to lose a creep wave. What happens next is even better, because after pushing out bot, they bring Kaiser with them, move into the top side jungle, keep these 3 pushing lanes. Humanoid pushes out a wave top, which sets up Armwood to be able to come in, collect the wave, use that wave to pressure a tier 2. So a wave that was under the enemy tier 2 was actually bouncing into Humanoid, he pushed it in, they take a top tier 2, and their macro is great to see. This was one of the biggest points of how Mad Lions kept map control and how they got such a big gold lead.
And I would love to call this segment Mad's Path to Victory. Sadly, it's copium with Caedrel. Yeah. Because as we head back,
one more point. One more point, Jacob.
You can have, all right, there's a little bit more.
There's a little bit. So basically what happens is he TP's bot, right? All that happens left is he takes top tier 2, then he TP's bot behind the enemy bot lane. So really good wave control. As we can walk back now. It wasn't really there, but just one last thing I want to mention. They take the top tier 2, he TP's bot, then they get an extra 2 kills in bot. So they've just covered all 3 lanes so well.
Yeah, and you can see the massive difference between goal difference of 15 between game 1 and game 2 as we rejoin the entire desk here. Chronicler, however, as good as that early game was, as good as Mad did perform, it all came down to a single large fight in which Damwon Kia kind of sort of popped off.
This is spring Damwon, what we're seeing here, because Damwon recently just basically won all the early game, so you don't need to play from a deficit. But what really set apart this team for me is how well they play to their outs, and this is something they do better than any other LCK team here. And yes, Khan should have been tracked, we're all aware of that, but fact remains that, especially if you look at, for example, the LCK Spring Finals, where they were up into a similar deficit, 10k gold down against a Gen G, and they somehow found the angles. And I think that you can look at what Matt did there, and I think justly criticized him for not keeping appropriate track, knowing that play can happen. But I don't think there's a lot of teams that can take that mistake and turn it into a 1 game. And that's what makes Damwon so threatening. Even if they don't win the early game, they get away with it. They haven't lost a single game at Worlds, guys. What?
It's terrifying, Chronicler. Thank you for reminding us. It is absolutely terrifying. Now, Steven, in your perspective, looking back at this game, it's easy to look at that fight and say this is the moment where all went wrong for Mad Lions. But if you had to kind of analyze what needs to change, what this team needs to do, what would you say?
I think just lowering the mistakes cost that they did that game, just because they had so nice early game. Like I feel like they had a good plan to play around the can, make him not play the game, and I think they did that very well, having some good macro. And after that, just playing a bit more slow towards the side lane. I feel like if they could push more the side lane and then push very deep division, it would be much easier to clean up this game. But they often went mid, and then there was some scrap happening. Didn't work out too well for them. Just maybe play a little bit slower into that sense.
Definitely.
Yeah, I completely agree. They tried to push out sides every now and then, but then they just overgrouped mid, tried to force with Jarvan, which is good, but they're going way too deep into enemy vision. It's better to push the side, take the vision, and then try to overforce and try to get these tier 2s.
Mad Lions maybe a bit too hyphy with the goalie that they were able to build. We'll see if they can stay calm, composed, get a strong early game, and transition it into their first win in the series. Of course, as we go to break, let's listen in on Mad's comms from their dramatic win versus LNG in the deciding base events and sounds of the game presented by Bose.
Okay, careful. Like they're looking for an
by the way. I'm going now. Okay, I'm going.
Clear the wave first. Okay, play slow. Play slow still. Play slow still. It's Fortune. Okay, play slow. GS pop. Careful. Don't die. I don't think they can end. Yeah. I don't think so.
Okay, I have no ult. No flash.
Who flash? Take the wave. Take the wave. Take the wave.
I'm going.
Take the wave. Take the wave. Flash.
I can dive.
Take the wave. Take the wave.
I'm going.
Go in.
Okay.
I'm up in 5. I'm up in 5. Don't die. Nice. Good job. I'm going to TP Nexus. I'm going to TP Nexus. Nice. Let's go. Play slow. Don't die. Manuel, don't die.
Fuck them.
I give you vision, guys.
We win.
Wait, don't. Wait, where the fuck did I die, actually? Okay. I'm really slow on hitting.
It's fine, bro.
Chase them. Then one HP. Suicide for I'm really slow. Good job. Come on.
Get. There is no way.
Wait, who's shouting? Is it Mad Lions?
It was me, dude.
Someone is shouting. I mean, holy, yeah.
Holy.
No.
KD, let me kill him.
Get. Oh my god, we won this game. Malo is all in, like, bro.
Malo, I love you.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the way, look.
Smell irresistible. The new Axe Effect.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise. There was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend
welcome back to Worlds 2021, the third quarterfinal where we see Mad Lions 0-2 down against the reigning world champions Damwon Kia. And what a performance it was by Damwon in Game 2 to come back from a 7,000 gold deficit.
Damwon good. They real good.
Canyon good. Send tweet.
That is not a draft, but we will be bringing the draft up right now, as promised. Now, Mad have elected to return to the blue side. I think we can all agree that their draft wasn't really problematic. It wasn't that their draft fell short. It was the execution that ultimately fell apart for Mad when it came to these team fights. So, unsurprisingly, they're going to stick to the same bands. They are going to have the Wukong, but I think that the misfortune will continue to be the priority for the Mad Lions in the bot lane, which will likely give the Lee Sin over to Canyon once again. And Azale, you said it, everyone on social media is saying it, Canyon is just smurfing in this series. Like, you might not see his impact, but if you go back and you do the second-by-second breakdown, you will see Canyon's impact in these games.
Absolutely. And I mean, he's so much more than a kick flash, right? We've seen so many of those flashy plays. Ah, they kicked him in and they queued someone. Great. He is playing so aggressively in these team fights, and he walks that line so incredibly well between going too far, going just far enough. He's always pressuring Carzzy so heavily.
And alongside that, Khan will get his Jace ace and 1 on that in the LCK this summer. Absolutely dominant performance by him in his domestic region, and expectations are he can continue that pressure.
Okay, counter-argument. Tell me, Armut's win rate on Wukong. I'm sure you know this, Medic.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Undefeated domestically this year. He's
Really?
only
How
ever
many games
lost.
has he played?
He's only ever had 1 loss. I believe he's also 9-1.
Question.
All right, cool.
Was to Damwon.
Thaddeus, maybe you know the answer to this. Is Damwon in the LEC?
No. But yeah, he has a very impressive record on the Wukong.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I said, his only loss in the champion was to Damwon when they played it at MSI earlier in the year. So it is something that he'll often use an answer to the Jace. And you can see that Damwon was saying, let's prioritize the Jace. Let's get Armor off one of his comforts. And let's try and put Armor in an awkward position by going for the blind Jace. But then he actually gets another one of his comforts in the form of the Wukong. But as you rightly said, Damwon rounding out their first half draft with a very strong top side.
Yeah, I mean, their top side looks incredibly frightening. Ban on the Jarvan. So Respect Elioya had an incredible early game. We'll see if he can replicate that on some other champion. Xin is still available. You're expecting maybe that gets banned out by Damwon next. And then it'll be interesting to see where he wants to go. If he wants to go for something early aggressive, if he wants to go more of a defensive pick like the Trundle.
I think that Mad should just consider banning, yes, Leona, exactly.
Yeah.
Because I think that what Beryl has shown is that his engages have been great in the 2 games that we've seen. First game on the Rakan, second game on the Leona. If you give him a playmaker, you know that he can be impactful on it. And so why not just remove something like the Thresh as well? And then, instead they're going to limit the Ezreal.
Oh, I
so
like
they want
this.
to try and remove safety from the bot side of Damwon.
Exactly. I think this is actually smarter, you know, because if you ban like the Thresh or whatever, well, he could go Rel, or he could go, he even did Shen support. Like, he could find another pick. The Ezreal is the best champion for just leaving on an island and roaming elsewhere. And when I see these 3 picks from Damwon for topside, they do not want to lane bot. They want to play topside. They want to fight you. Ziggs, though, is a really smart answer because it can do similar things. Can be used to push and play aggressively, but you can also AFK at the tower and clear waves.
It's got great wave clear, and also I think one of the biggest things that I love about Ziggs is his ultimate. And it kind of works in the same way that a GP ultimate does. Oh, you're trying to stack up a wave or threaten a side. Tough luck, I'm going to clear that instantly, or at least get rid of most of the wave, and then I can keep pressuring elsewhere on the map.
Exactly, and if you want to play through sides with the Jace, guess what's a good champion to hold mid? Clear out those waves. Very effective there, too. Gragas coming through from LEA. So he wants to go for early ganks, right? Now the question is, having seen the last game and having seen this pick, you know, can he still make it happen? Because Damwon, the alarm bells have got to be going off in your head, right? You've got to be knowing.
I mean, the Gragas pick also implies that you want a AD mid laner because you're trying to get some of that AP threat. And Yasuo, Rakan, Gragas, Wukong, that's a wombo combo that the likes of which aren't very often seen, but instead, Humanoid will turn to the Victor.
Don't get me wrong, Humanoid is a very good Victor. It's actually one of his staple go-tos alongside the Orianna, as Beryl answers with a pike.
Wow.
Okay. Wow, so Beryl really pulling out all the stops today. He wants to be on playmakers, and you know, we talk about roaming champions. You talked about it, Azelle, where like they don't want to play for bot. Oh, they really don't want to play for bot. They're basically saying, "Hello, Ghost. Have fun.
See you in 30 minutes.
We'll see you in 30 minutes. You can be wave clear. You know, when we need you. For now, we're a top side focused team, and Khan died far too much last game. His KDA took too much of a hit, so Beryl is now his support this game, and we will look to rectify that in the top side of the map.
And I'm really terrified for any kind of combination of 2v2s, 3v3s up on the top side for Mad. That is going to be difficult for them. And you pick this Gragas, you want to get aggressive, you want to be able to make plays here, but I think it's a winning 2v2 mid lane for Damwon. It's a winning 2v2 top lane. It's going to be really tough to find the areas.
I think that Mad Lions have drafted a lot more scaling. They've gotten a very strong teamfight composition. Obviously, the big thing that you should be concerned about as a Mad Lions fan is Damwon have shown game 1, if you are too weak in the early game, they will dominate you in the early game. Game 2, if you give them a good teamfight comp, they will out-teamfight you, and it seems that Mad Lions are fully committed into the teamfight style. They have excellent engage, they have very powerful scaling, and they have a way to shut Damwon down. The problem they're going to have to navigate is, can they get through this early to mid game? Because as you rightly said, their top side is incredibly strong.
Once more into the breach for Mad Lions and Damwon Kia. Damwon looking to continue their undefeated streak here at Worlds. Looking to go 9-0, following in the footsteps of T1 before them. And looking to do something only ever done by T1 as well, win 2 World Championships, of course. T1 as SKT got 3, but Damwon very much on their way to establishing their own dynasty as the new Korean kings.
This is interesting. Canyon's actually going to start a pink ward here. So I do think this is an adaptation to Elyoya last game, how he got so many ganks out early. He really dominated the early game, starting with that pink ward. At least it can get away without going refillable or 3-pot. That's going to give you some extra safety. They even have a lane ward there on top side. I do think once the lanes start, he's going to probably put that pink in Pixel in the river, just try to really make sure that Khan can stay safe in the 1v1.
For the moment, just vision wards across the map. No team really making any forays into the enemy jungle. And I think once again, we'll watch Elyoya and Canyon, both of them very influential in the last game. Elyoya through the early game. It's the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Khan and Canyon may look for an invade here.
Or they're going to try to find Arma, but I mean, this late, you got to be going for something.
You didn't see them. Oh, that fog of war just coming in clutch. But now they will be spotted. Here we are, the 2v2.
Shock Blast goes wide. Elyoya with the W starts Sonic Wave coming out as well. Canyon forced back. Elyoya's having to try and retreat back towards his tower. Will heal up once again.
They know that they're stronger in the 2v2. Azelle talks so much about it in the draft, where the entire top side, their ability to skirmish, and if you try to fight them, you just know they're going to be terrifying. And so they tried to leverage that. They force Elyoya behind, or at the very least, they were going to try and steal away his blue buff, and they will put him a little bit behind. Now, Canyon will have to do a leash to start. This will force his smite out from the red buff, and I think that Elyoya, for the time being, should be safe. But already, you can see the aggression that Damwon is trying to leverage in the early game.
Yeah, but honestly, didn't work out too bad for Mad whatsoever. You know, they are able to just start on Wolves. This is Elyoya doing something really smart. You know, too often you see people try to overcommit to getting that first buff, and you'll just get poked off it. Armad also got the early level 2. Great trade up here onto Khan, who's already had to put 2 potions.
You can see why Damwon did want to try and make that play, though, because Elyoya in game 2 got such a strong early lead. 1,500 really gold ahead at the 15, and yeah, 8 kills and assists at 15 minutes. He was very much on form, even if Mad weren't able to bring it home. Bone Skewer's going to land there, but Kaiser can just dance his way away.
You're a bit of a Pyke and Rakan aficionado.
I'm really bad at Pyke, but I like playing it.
What are your thoughts? Do you like it, this matchup?
Pyke into Rakan is an interesting one, because whenever the Rakan dances back to his AD carry, it's actually really easy to hit the Bone Skewer. The issue becomes, though, Rakan's never going to jump on the Pyke because he can just E away, and Pyke's never going to be able to get the second stun on the Rakan because he can just E away. So the Bone Skewer is the only real difference between them.
Really, that matchup is
they're going to
outside
other lanes,
the lane. Yeah.
I just noticed as well, Showmaker's playing Predator Syndra. So they're actually playing double Predator here.
Oh,
so
Ahmed's dying.
They're looking to roam.
Ahmed's definitely dying.
Canyon here. TP available for Humanoid, but once again, it's Canyon and Khan teaming up in the early game. It's the Damwon show, and Ahmed's just a player in it. Canyon looking for the damage, safeguards in, will have to flash the final tower shot, but both of them get out alive.
Very cleanly done from Damwon. Really good shot blast that came out from Khan as well just prior to the dive, just to chip that extra bit of HP off of Armor. And it's Damwon saying, hey, remember us? We know what you did to our top laner last game. This is a bit of revenge. This will give a window for Elyoya to steal some camps, but Ghost and Showmaker in a position to answer. He's going to be forced back. Just great play across the map from Damwon already.
Yeah, just getting out here to defend, because that was really the only thing going bad for them. And Khan now taking a really good trade onto Armut. And taking a bad trade like that, again, this is similar to game 1 where he had to go back at such a poor gold timing. He didn't actually get potions. And then you just TP back, and you are that low.
What's this? Special delivery! Cannon didn't even need to smite it.
Oh, word. That's just not fair, is it? Beautifully done by Showmaker there, leveraging the W to steal away the blue buff and handing it over to his jungler. Canyon, only level 3, but already off to a great start.
Yep, Barrel buys the boots, first base here. He's out on the map. He's got the Predator ready. I'm going to be curious to see when Showmaker gets it. I am expecting him to just grab, you know, maybe an early tier 2 boots and start moving around. The Predator is not something I can say I think I've ever seen on Syndra. It is a champion that does have pretty effective moves, but generally, you know, if he thinks it's just going to be a farm lane.
Khan has flash, Armut has no flash. Khan decides against investing for it. Beryl with the bone skewer got the stun onto Kazi here. Kazi still has flash heal. Will try and get away, but the heal through the ignite is just not enough. Kazi down, Humanoid now joins the fray in the bottom lane. Armut, as you said, Betty, a couple of seconds too early, but he is dead in the top side. Elyoya looking for the gank here, as he does have flash and has the body slam. Canyon on his way up, Kaiser on his way there as well. Khan able to dodge to the side of the body slam, but Kaiser will get the knockup, and Khan will fall before Canyon can get there. Canyon in the end arrives as Elyoya tries to flash away. Kaiser body blocking the Sonic Wave. Canyon doesn't quite have the damage to take down that Rakan.
Yeah,
but here's Showmaker. Flash, scatter, down goes Elyoya. The Predator, when he's got it, didn't use it, of course, because he hasn't got the boots, but we'll pretend it impacted that play.
Yeah, if you really think hard enough, you just run faster. So Armut in a really rough spot here already.
Man, they took game 2 personally, didn't they? With how much they're focusing
this is
Armut.
the thing. The thing about the Gragas pick is it just doesn't have the same early agency that something like a Jarvan does. And Damwon know this. They drafted a very strong topside very early on in the draft to be able specifically to fight around this topside, and they're doing just that. The awkward position here for Armut is he's a level down. He takes a huge trade, and Khan, knowing that he has flash, is just waiting for cooldowns and is able to punish him. Just such a great play from Khan, and really the jungler set him up for success early, and now he can do the rest with the lead that he has.
Absolutely, and then this is just a really nice sidestep there with the accelerated gate. Able to dodge that, but obviously it was always going to go down. And when you called out that he was going to get killed, he honestly could have gotten the kill, but he was just playing with respect to where Elyoya was. Wanted to wait for the cooldowns, wanted to be a sure thing. And Armut, unfortunately, gets caught recalling on a ward. And that is why you've got to pay so much attention to where those wards could be, where they're getting placed. Because he could have just backed it up fully and probably gotten out scot-free.
And we didn't even talk about Kazi dying as well. Right? Yeah. Like the fact that Ghost and Beryl were still in the lane, Kaiser was out roaming with the rest of the team while he was moving with Elyoya, which means that he ended up losing his life. Humanoid also TP'd to bot lane, and he doesn't get anything for the back of it as well. So now you find Damwon with a 1.5k gold lead, only 7 minutes in.
And that is actually one of the things Pikes gives you that Rakan doesn't, is the follow-up after someone flashes away from you. Showmaker, though, caught out here in the mid lane. Chaos Storm will be enough. It ticks him down. Humanoid takes the kill.
Nicely done by Matt, getting a play there towards mid. And I was just going to say how he goes through the early Merc treads because it is AP jungle mid, but even that, not keeping him safe as they have the extra man. Kaiser arrives, and they're able to get that kill, but they've got to keep Armut in this game, and it's just looking so bad for him.
Armut's dead as he went in with a Cyclone. He is just about able to walk away from this one, but Canyon is waiting in the wings, and I don't think Mad Lions knew. Shock Blast hits onto Kaiser. Canyon, as you say, has the 6. Dragon's Rage. Kaiser's out of range of any sort of battle dance. Bevel! Excuse me, sir. That's a KS if I've ever seen.
I walked all the way up here, and I'm getting my gold.
Yeah, he's like, well, it's either I take the kill or I get no assist.
I mean, we both know. That's what Pike's for, right? You take the kills, other people get the gold.
And now Damwon know that they have the numbers advantage, so immediately they move into the top side of Mad's jungle. And
they want to dive this. Here comes Showmaker.
They definitely do. Rakan reads the play. Humanoid doesn't have teleport.
Elyoya's got no flash, no explosive cast.
Handing the blue over as well. It's just everything going in the favor of Damwon. 2,000 is the gold lead. Elyoya's not even level 6 yet. and Canyon continues to just steal away camps.
This is something Damwon do so well, though. Whenever they get a lead in top or in the mid lane, they just constantly get Canyon into the enemy jungle. They take away camps. Humanoid just survives in the mid lane. But they just denied Blue and Gromp away from Elioya. As you say, Vetty, he's still only level 5, and he's 3 whole camps behind.
And this is the problem when... It was similar to what happened in Game 1, where they went with the Graves Orianna. If you draft for 2v2s that cannot fight Damwon, Damwon will push that to the absolute limit. They will be in your face. They did it at level 1. They're doing it now. They're going for topside. And then you have to play from behind against Damwon, which is so tough, even if you have good scaling.
It's one of those things where often we as casters will always talk about, like, okay, in a perfect world, in the draft, this is what you expect.
Yeah.
Damwon is one of the few teams where, like, regardless of what draft they get, you feel like that they're always going to be able to execute upon it. And it's just such a great representation of, like, what a great early game comp can do when it's executed upon well. And, like, there are certain things that you're allowed to do, and Damwon's like, we know what we're allowed and not allowed to do, and we're going to show you exactly that.
And I mean, it shows you what it takes to be a world champion in League of Legends. They are so flexible. They execute to the highest degree with a variety of different comps, and you know, really are able to play a lot of different styles. But we are potentially finding a kill on top side.
Armor going in with the Cyclone. Khan's going to knock him back. Armor flashes. But the Wukong just doesn't do enough damage with only a Sheen. Damwon, though, able to back away in the mid lane as well. Elioya couldn't find the engage with an explosive cast.
And bad goes to worse, because now it's time to farm plates for Jace. He's going to be able to recall. And he will have his Mythic completed, I'm almost certain, off of this base. So that was really the last chance Arma had to do anything in the 1v1. Yes, he was just on the Sheen, but at least Khan hadn't completed an item. And, well, we'll see if he does now.
You can see how close Armut was and how this matchup typically does go. But the problem for Armut is he's just taken one too many bad trades early on. There's been so much attention thrown up towards the top side. He hasn't been given an opportunity to convert this matchup into a way in which he can start swinging it in his favor. And now Damwon, they're not going to slow down.
The wave is actually in such a good position here for Kazi. Meant that Beryl had to force the skewer out a little bit earlier because Kazi could back away behind the wave, and now Mad Lions can try and turn it back around. Beryl still has flash here. Kaiser, no flash. Skewer comes out. Kaiser tries to stop him. The Ghost gets caught up. And with the bullet time, that's enough damage. But Damwon Kia, 4 members strong now in the bottom lane, starts to back away. Humanoid up towards the top side is fighting. And Khan will fall to armor. Mad Lions start to turn this one around. Showmaker flashes away Canyon. Kills off Elioya as well.
Wow, I can't believe that Canyon was able to snipe that one off the back as well. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Mad, and everyone TP'd towards the bot lane. That is the most people that Kazi and Ghost have seen in the last 2 games show up in their lane. Another TP now going to be invested for Ghost in the bot side. Armut needs to be careful. He doesn't have his ultimate available, but Damwon still find themselves with a gold lead, even though Mad get themselves a couple kills.
And credit to Humanoid. It felt like he got so much done on that play. Utilizing the gravity field, his ultimate, his spells to actually zone out both the solo laners there from Damwon. He did a lot of the heavy lifting here on the damage, and to me, this looked like a flash prediction. He's expecting Karzi to flash when the animation comes through. Karzi has the read, though, plays it very well, and then Kaiser on point here. The flash coming out from Ghost, but he predicts it right into the MF ulti, and then all hell breaks loose. Everyone TPing in, but look at Humanoid getting so much done on both Khan and Showmaker.
That's a really good observation there. Oh, another engage.
There's the quickness. Ghost caught up in it. The charm comes out, and Ghost will fall. One more auto from Kazi is enough.
Now, that's a pretty big pick for Mad because Ghost has just invested his TP. Canyon does have the Herald, so he's going to drop that one top, and it's just a simple cross map. Damwon going to continue investing money into Khan, as you would very much expect. Meanwhile, Mad trying to get something back on the bot side, but it's only going to be a couple plates, as they're not going to be able to take this tower down. And I think that Mad is saying, let's try and stop the second tower siege that could very well come out from Damwon.
At the very least, it's signs of life for Mad, because this was looking like it could have just been an absolute stomp. They were behind in gold across the map, and now they've had a couple of effective plays in a row on that bot side. You know, Karzi has done his Mythic. He's to a pretty strong point here. He's up in farm. He's getting some tower plates, denying some farm from Ghost. So they at least have a win condition now. They have something that they can try to play through.
Damwon here continuing to try to deny that. Kaiser locked up here, able to jump away, but has to flash the Walker's Canyon. Is well on his way to that mid lane. Rift Herald used in the mid lane as well. They didn't use it top. Instead, they get 3 more plates out of that mid lane turret.
That's how you maximize plates right there. Very well done once again from Damwon, trying to get as much money into their back pocket as they can. You can see quite the significant gap developing between the top and jungle in favor of Damwon.
But if you hold your finger over that, And don't look at it.
Things looking pretty good.
Then Humanoid and Carzzy are both up in gold.
Yeah, see, you're becoming more European every game. I like your way of thinking.
I'm here for like a month, you know, I've got to adapt.
Now, the Drake is up, and once again, we're seeing a very low priority on these early Drakes. There was a window where Mad could have committed to that objective, but again, they were concerned about that top tier 2 going down, so both Elyoya and Kaiser went back to base, pathed up towards top to cover for that potential continued siege from Damwon.
For the moment, all's quiet on Summoner's Rift as both teams are reset because that low dragon priority, we're not getting as many early fights as perhaps we usually would, although we do have 12 kills in 14 minutes, so we're going on at a rare right old clip. Showmaker, though, going to be able to get some more damage on that mid lane tower as Damwon actually going to start up this dragon.
Sorry, I just noticed that Humanoid has 2 levels on Showmaker right now.
But Kaiser doesn't have any levels. He's back in the fountain. Beryl will take the kill. And that's the lockup you can do to Rakan.
So this was something we haven't talked about. Mad face check. You kind of rely on Elyoya a little bit, but he's going AP Gragas. Kind of the problem with Rakan is he is quite squishy, and one of the advantages he has is his mobility, which you would sit there and say, okay, great. But against a comp like this, especially against the Pyke, it's actually very easy to punish that squishiness and lock him down long enough for him to not be able to leverage his high mobility.
And it's a very high volatility game on both sides, right? It's difficult to play those types of compositions from behind because the inverse could be happening. You know, if it was Damwon face checking in with a Pyke and with the Ziggs, you know, we'd be saying the same things here for Kaiser. But playing towards his bot side.
Full of time to clear out the wave. Humanoid, though, caught out Showmaker. There's the kick back, and Humanoid has to flash. Tries to get to the gravity well, but just can't do it in time. Carzzy will get the final auto attack off here. Flashes underneath the towers. He tries to turn it back onto Canyon. Uses the Gore Drinker for a little bit of a heal. Beryl goes to here to join the fray. Double up. Not quite enough damage. Canyon able to walk away. Wounded from this one as Carzzy will fall. And Beryl goes on a killing spree.
And Damwon just have a numbers advantage in the bot side of the map. Every time you see that fight continuing to extend, you're thinking, surely someone from Mad will show up, but they just don't. 4 versus 2. Mad end up getting 1 kill. Canyon gets away with barely any HP, and Damwon secure 2 along with another tower, and suddenly the gold gap is continuing to balloon once again.
This is, I thought Suning didn't even make Worlds, but here they are once again. It's the AD carry flank. Carzzy with the Ompong replay there. We can see this in the Axe replay. And just really trying to make something happen. And I think he played this out very well. So close to actually knocking down Canyon. If he gets that kill...
This might, I think, as well mitigate so much of the damage coming out from Carzzy.
Safeguard shield's just enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, playing it out very well, but he does at least get the kill on Showmaker. You know, you highlighted the level lead for Humanoid. Unfortunately, that has been largely eliminated now, as Humanoid has died, and a lot of farm was picked up there by Showmaker. Damwon looking for another Herald here and looking to just continue to push this game forward.
And this is the thing that Damwon do so well, though. Take an inch and turn it into a mile. Yeah. Every single mistake you make gets turned, compounds into more and more and more and more. And now you can see 4,000 gold ahead at the 16-minute mark.
And Herald is even scarier against Ziggs teams because really you just need Herald charge plus a satchel, tower's dead.
Yep. Becomes very hard to defend any of your turrets. Becomes very hard for Mad Lions to find a way back into this game. They'll be looking for picks. They'll be looking for part of their wombo combo to connect, but Damwon have just constantly been finding these catches in the side lane.
The good news for Mad is that there's a lot of standing gold with all these towers still up and available. The bad news is
they can't get to it.
You can't get to it, yeah. You kind of have to go through Damwon to get to those towers. Typically, though, as you get to this point in the map, you end up seeing a lot of trades, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad like, hey, we'll give up second Drake in order to get maybe a tier 1 in the top lane to get a little bit more gold into our back pocket rather than gamble that fight, you know? So there are ways in which they can look, and you can see it right now, right? They're slowly pathing up towards top. They are pinging that top tier 1, so you can see Mad looking to try and at least take down some of these turrets to get a little bit more into their back pocket.
And thankfully, there weren't any early dragons taken, right? So it's not as though Damwon is pushing an early soul here. Their second dragon will be taken around 20 minutes. So Mad do have time, but they have got to stop dying. They have got to secure their farm, play this slow. If you can keep this goal disadvantage similar in 10-15 minutes, well, hey, maybe you got a shot, but it's very difficult to stop them.
You can look for catches like this as Khan tries to flash away. Cyclone will get the knock up. Explosive cast knocks him back. Khan into the bush and immediately down as Armut will take the kill in that 2v1.
So a little bit more gold for Armut, and it was definitely needed there, but Damwon, they have a wave pushing top. Canyon also has the Herald, and again, it kind of comes back to what we were talking about, a trade elsewhere on the map. Humanoid, he does have good wave clear. Let's see if he can stop the siege coming out from Damwon.
TP popped by Darmon as they look to push for this tier 2. Kaiser looking for the longest flank you have seen today. He's going all the way around, playing ring around the rosies with that blue buff. Showmaker looking for the stun though, and Kaiser's nowhere near this. Humanoid caught out. Darmon Kia pushing in with the Rift Herald. Kaiser now steps across a ward, doesn't know it as the Rift Herald's cleared out with the bullet time, and Beryl onto Kaiser, jumps away, pulled back with a bone skewer, but there's no follow-up. No Phantom undertow. Beryl gets onto the blast cone there with a good death marks the spot, but won't be able to do anything more as Darmon are able to retreat through this blue side jungle.
Yeah, Kaiser looking for the long flank, but with Arma not having his ultimate, there's not really any TP angle. There's not really a play to be had there. And just showcasing the power of Ziggs plus Herald, knocking down those towers, extending the gold lead here. Now up around 6,000 as Damwon are on series point and are looking to continue what has been an incredible run. 6-0 through the group stage, the only undefeated team, and then 2-0 as well so far here in quarterfinals.
And you just look at it and you have to hark back to SKT, to T1, right? The only team to get to finals undefeated up until now. And if Darmon win this, they play up against T1 in the semi-finals, and you have to feel it's almost a passing of the torch moment. If Darmon are able to win, they would defeat T1, the only team to win more than one World Championship, the only team to win 2 in a row, sorry, and they would be looking to make it 2 in a row for themselves.
Yeah, looking for that second title. I mean, obviously incredible players here trying to secure themselves that spot in League of Legends history.
Humanoid flashes away from the scatter of the weak. Kaiser looking for the engage. Chaos Storm, Kaiser going in with a quickness, but he only catches onto Canyon as Showmaker is able to flash away. Khan now joins the fray. Beryl looking at those health bars hungrily. Death from below could mark the end of Mad Lion's game. Humanoid, Bone Skewer, no flash. Into the Phantom Undertow, and the death from below as X marks the spot, and X marks Humanoid's death. A great kick from Canyon as Ghost gets the second. Mad Lions are routed. Mad Lions are running for the hills, but Damwon Kia will not give them an inch.
Damwon is just playing these fights so beautifully. It's so difficult to engage on that comp with Syndra, with Pyke, with Ziggs. They just make your life so difficult, and they're looking to completely destroy the Mad Lions.
Beryl misses the death from below, but will get the final auto attack, dominating now on this Pyke. Armor going in. Beryl no mana, but he's got just enough health with the Ghost Water dive to get out. It's an ace for Damwon. 10,000 gold their lead.
Bad goes to worse there for the Mad Lions. They get erased. They'll lose the Dragon. Multiple kills with the Pyke ultimate as well, which is doubling up on that gold, putting them so far ahead. And Canyon has just looked on another level today. Has been incredible across 3 straight Lee Sin games. You just cannot stop this guy.
Certainly cannot. You know, we've seen why that champion is considered so powerful in the current meta, but in the hands of a skilled Lee Sin player, you know that Canyon's already thinking about his next skin with a performance like this. Let's have a look back, and you can see Humanoid with no flash gets locked up, and this is the second part of the fight where Damwon go for the re-engage. But prior to this, Mad actually looked like they were in a pretty good position to get a fight, but it was so difficult for them to close the gap. And the awareness there from Canyon as well, with the kick in, with the sidestep onto everything, just such a great execution from Damwon once again.
And I think one of the problems here is with Mad's comp, you want to be able to come from multiple angles, right? You want the Rakan flanking from one side, you know, pushing you in to Armut's flank coming from the other side. And even though Mad did have position on the Dragon, there's so much poke, there's so much zone control on the Damwon side. Mad just could not close the gap to get the fight, and now here we are, 22 minutes in. They're starting the Baron. Mad have got no choice but to try to stop this.
Not the quickest Baron in the world. Of course, Ziggs doesn't output as much damage as an AD carry would at this point, but it's already down to 7,000 armor. Now looking for that flank, looking for that pincer maneuver. Kaiser has the quickness, doesn't have a flash. Here comes Armut onto the backline with the Cyclone, a possibility. Gets 2 knocked up. Kazi coming in as well with the bullet time, and there's 1. Mad Lions have found a fight around the Baron. They found the fight they were looking for. They managed to get the pincers. They managed to get the kills. Kazi
they can get them all,
and they could get them all. Mad Lions fight back, breathe life into Europe as they clean up Damwon.
And just like that, Mad find themselves with a team fight win, and they can actually just go for the Baron here. Canyon is still alive, and that risk of a smite steal is very real, but a number of shutdowns just went into the back pocket of Mad. That 10k gold lead went to a 6k gold lead. It's going to get even lower, but Canyon still lives.
Just how big is the gap between Damwon and Mad Lions? Canyon might decide it as he looks for this smite steal, but it's already down to 4,000. Here comes the TP as Damwon investing resources into this. Baron will be smited, and Elioya will secure it. Showmaker comes in, dodges away from Kaiser.
He's gonna die again.
Damage coming down to Showmaker. Good stat of the week, but now they're in a 2v5. Mad Lions are collapsing, but now the TPs rain in. 4 members of Damwon immediately react. Ghost, Beryl, and Khan are here, and Armut might just be sacrificed. Elioya, no explosive card for him. Armut pulled back. Armut taken down. Beryl gets him as Humanoid puts the damage down across the wall, but Canyon with a smite will heal himself back up.
Wow. So, Mad walk away with the Baron. Damwon is sitting there saying, okay, you shouldn't have gotten away with that. That was not allowed. They invest a bunch of their TPs to re-engage, and again, you can see how slippery this Damwon composition is and how difficult they actually are to lock down. But they're able to get 1 kill back into Armut. But let's have a look back at this fight.
Yeah, and so much of it is just about this flank from Armut, able to actually sneak around the backside there of the Baron Pit, finds the ultimate coming through, and then Carzzy coming from an unexpected angle here. This MF ulti just absolutely roasts Showmaker and gets Ghost very low.
And then Carzzy commits onto Beryl because he's like, that's a lot of gold, and that's 900 into my back pocket. And then you have this incredible collapse. Look, another 600 gold onto Carzzy as well. 1.5k off of 2 kills should bring him, well, to an infinity edge.
Wow.
That was a lot of money put into his back pocket, and that's quite the drop. Look at Canyon.
It is a little bit misleading, though, because the top of the graph is still 44.
It's true, that's true. That's an EU graph right there.
Definitely not an LCK graphic there.
Baron remains for Mad Lions for 1 minute and 20 seconds as Red Bull Baron power play. We'll see what they can do with it, but really unable to push any further forward. Beryl able to dodge away from the Mad Lions as Khan is going to join the rest of Damwon here as they look to defend their mid-tier 1.
So, Zach, I have a question for you, because you play a lot of top lane, right?
Yeah.
So, do you think at this point Armut can kill the Jason aside 1v1, or do you think it's still a little longer?
I think he can. I think there's always that possibility. I mean, you're just on such a strong 2 items. If Khan can actually disengage and kite it out, you obviously will win. But if Armut can find him face-checking a brush or find the right angle, there is a possibility to win that. You're the same level, and you have really powerful 2 items.
Armut doesn't have Baron, and Beryl's like, hey, this could be a potential pick for us. But no, Armut recognizes it, is going to disengage. But yeah, that's kind of one of the things that I was thinking of now, because when you have this huge influx of gold into your back pocket, you suddenly realize, oh, hang on.
Yeah.
We are suddenly so much stronger. Getting that extra item suddenly changes a lot of matchups.
In with the quickness, and perhaps down with the quickness goes Ghost. Kaiser, though, will fall. 1-for-1 trade so far. Beryl looking for the hooks over the wall, but can't land them. Baron remains for 20 seconds as Mad look for a tier 2 in the mid lane. But Beryl and Showmaker in prime position to make this one hurt for the Mad Lions. There's one. Looking for 2 as Elioya flashes away. Showmaker just needs a single spear to chunk out the jungler of Mad Lions. The chase continues here. Beryl just needs a skewer. Elioya will be spotted. Beryl goes in. Ignite. And Elioya tick, 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 tick down as Beryl takes another kill. Humanoid will get him in response.
But that's Flash Ignite just to actually trade a kill there. Mad are trading up in a lot of these circumstances. You know, Kaiser going in, trading his life for that of Ghost. Now Mad, they have the opportunity to actually challenge here at the Dragon because Armut still has Flash ulti.
Yep, and look, Armut, his ult is about to come up very soon. He's level 15 on this Victor, and Kaiser has joined the fray as well. 6 on the way back. No teleport available for Khan, even though he's about to come back alive. This is going to be a tense fight.
Showmaker waiting in the wings. Kaiser going in. Ghost, of course, has the Mega Inferno bomb, and it lands onto Humanoid and Kaiser. Canyon going onto Armut down towards the bottom side as DK look for the fight. Damwon continues to push forward. Showmaker forced away.
It's chase, though.
Picked away, and here comes Khan! And what a better way to find the picks than with a flank TP. First the flank run-in, from Khan. Bullet time used as well. Armut forced off to the top side. Ghost gets one. Carzzy next on the menu here for Beryl, but he just can't get the damage down. The Dragon goes over to Damwon, and Mad Lions get a couple of kills.
Why won't Canyon die? Is it just a law that he's just not allowed? Like 2, 0, and 14. the grace and patience that Damwon played with that. It does end up being 2 for 2 overall, but the crucial thing was Khan was able to get back so quickly, thanks to the speed gate and also the bonus movement.
Blade as well. So quick, I thought it was a TP.
Yeah, he's just, look at how quickly he's able to rejoin the fight. And the thing is, Damwon know the longer this fight goes, the better it is for them. They have good poke themselves. They know that their teammates are rejoining. Pyke is also going to get back to the fight very quickly, and then this damage comes out from Khan. Mad Lions are not expecting it. They think that they can stall. They can't. They fall short. But then Damwon overcommits, thinking that they can just get a huge team fight win.
Did it die to the Hex Mine? It did!
No way.
It died to the Hex Mine! Oh my god!
And the bullet time was still hitting.
That is an LCK Dragon! Might have an EU graphic, but...
Oh my word.
Oh man.
I thought it was only Cloud Drakes that like the LCK.
Well, you got to give credit to both Humanoid and Carzzy, though. They've been playing these fights well. I think Humanoid has been doing an incredible job actually zoning Showmaker, utilizing the ultimates and the lasers. And Carzzy, he can carry fights. If you can keep him alive, if you can keep him safe, that is difficult to do with no summoners on him and flash available on Canyon. But man, he is strong at this point. That's IE, that's 4 items, 80% crit.
And we talked about Mad actually having really good scaling during the draft.
Canyon, though. He wants this. Canyon has flash. He could find this angle on Carzzy here if he goes too far forward.
Ooh.
As you said, as there are no summoners on Carzzy, Khan forced back behind his tower in the bottom lane.
But I kind of want to come back to this team fight point, because the thing about Damwon's comp is it is very focused on the early game, but the reality is that when you have an AD carry, you're just going to have that much more late game damage. Like, no one can hit like Carzzy can in the late game. He is just going to have the type of DPS that you can't match. So I think that Damwon, by floundering a lot of these fights, may find themselves in a bit of an awkward position moving forward, and it may be the reverse of what happened in Game 2. It just comes down to execution of the fights.
No, I agree, absolutely. And Pyke is one of those champions that you can have the incredible fight, but you can also just get CC'd by Rakan and die instantly, right? You know, and that is actually where a tremendous amount of their kills are. He has 9 kills here on the Pyke. Showmaker did not create really any sort of early advantage. It was about the roaming, it was about the moves. If Damwon go back to Baron, there is a very real world where Mad just kill you at the Baron again, and all of a sudden the game's pretty much even.
I can't believe Carzzy just based there. If that was me, I would have been like, they might be starting Baron, they might be trying to force it, but I think that Mad recognized that top was pushed in, bot was pushed in, and then there was a real risk of getting into a team fight against this comp from Mad, and then a TP onto one of the sides. Like, it could have been very disastrous for Damwon. So they said, you know what, we'll clear out the vision, we'll move back to clear up our sides, and then we can start training for Baron once more.
And the stopwatch is actually such a big buy.
Yeah,
you know, being able to immune a Syndra ult, being able to immune a Pyke ult that denies the reset, that kind of thing is so massive, especially when you're playing without your flash. So Carzzy placing a lot of importance on it.
Speaking of stopwatches, we have to do our stopwatch check.
Who's got a timepiece?
Khan, stopwatch, Zonya's, Showmaker. So remember we said that this comp is very difficult to engage on. Now they have 3 stalling tools at their disposal as well. Meanwhile, you don't actually have any stopwatches outside of the one that sits on top of Carzzy. Kaiser, he has the ability to get out of there. But yeah, even though there is a 5k gold lead, I really think that it's a bit disingenuous to the state of the game right now.
Yeah.
I think that in the top lane, obviously you can see where the discrepancy is, but now it's Armut with level 16. We literally flipped game 2 in this situation, but in particular, it's the fact that I think that, as you rightly said, a lot of the gold lead is sitting on Beryl.
Yeah.
The gap between him and Kaiser is probably where you're seeing so much of this gold gap.
Absolutely. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, not only is it Carzzy that's going to be outputting a lot more DPS than Ghost in most cases, Humanoid as well. I mean, Humanoid is massive now at this point. He has the death cap completed on the Victor. Late game has arrived. And it gets very difficult as the Syndra to actually deal with these long-range lasers. You just drop the ulti, click it on the Syndra. He has to walk out of the fight.
30 seconds for Infernal Soul for Damwon. Mad Lions, 30 seconds before the fight that might decide whether or not you continue in Worlds, whether or not you get another shot, another bite at the cherry that is this Damwon Kia lineup. So far undefeated, 8-0 at Worlds 2021. Mad Lions here, standing firm, battle lines drawn in the river as Damwon continue to advance. Armut not with the team. Elioya low, already chunked out. Redemption's going to come down and they're going to eat the honey fruit to try and heal themselves up. Armut looking for the flank, but the wards are there for Damwon. Canyon in prime position. Scary, Sonic Wave on Carzzy. As you say, Be scared of the darkness, because there lies Canyon. There be Dragons. Damwon looking for the hook as Beryl unable to get onto Armor, but Armor's just stunned up and can't dive in. Armor's popped the Cyclone, popped the Flash, and tried to get out of there. Mad Lion's going to start up the Infernal. Beryl able to get away down towards the bottom side of the fight. Mad Lions have been able to secure the Dragon. They stopped the Soul.
But can they get out?
But for it, they lose Armor. Look at the damage from the Chaos Storm. Humanoid injecting a little chaos into our veins this game as he forces Ghost and Khan away, but Mad Lions are on the wrong side of the rift.
Well, they do have a wave in mid as well. If they want, they can actually threaten to push this. I think they're concerned about the TP. Yeah, now Armor does have TP, but 30 seconds left on it. Kazi will take down the tower, and here comes the TP.
Armor not alive. 30 seconds make or break here for the Mad Lions as they push forward towards the Baron. Canyon's going to start it up. It's slow still, but quicker than it was before.
Oh,
and
Showmaker.
It's slower still because Canyon's not doing it. And it's Showmaker waiting in the wings with Beryl for the assist. Ghost secures the kill, and now Elioya is dead. Mad Lions, what can you do without your jungler, without your top laner? What can you do in this situation but watch as Damwon secure the Baron?
But Armut is up. I'm actually kind of surprised that they didn't stay around. I think that there was an ability to challenge this. So many summoners are down on Damwon. Karzi has everything. Kaiser has everything. You could TP in Armut, and you could potentially deny that. If they group up in the pit, MF ulti can roast them, but Mad perhaps showing that much confidence in their ability to scale, in their ability to win out in the 5v5s.
I think that Mad thinks this is our last chance. We have one more fight left to determine this game. And I think that you're right in that they look at this and they say, we outscale. Let's not give them a 4v5. Let's not bother risking it. Yeah, we'll be down a Baron, but the gold at this point doesn't really matter. And so instead what we'll do is when they have the Baron and they're looking to siege, that's when we'll try and catch them off guard and force a fight. Because Armor doesn't have Flash right now, and their ability to get onto the backline is much weaker. What I thought was great was they demonstrated how you deal with that flank perfectly. And they just attacked Armor immediately in the 1v1, preventing him from finding that flank at all.
It was the inverse situation of the con flank last game, but this time, Damwon knew what to do. They did mark him. My question here is, oh my god, he's spotted. Can they actually stop him?
Trying to get the recall off, but they stop him in his tracks. Bad. And as you say, that's very bad. He dodges the skewer, but you can't dodge death.
And now the push is on. You have Ziggs and Baron. Notice how they actually drop pink wards in the brush there. They're trying to cover all their bases to block any sort of a TP flank that could come in from Armut. They're sweeping out the area. They're checking with the Umbleglaive. They're dropping pinks. They know in a 5v4, if Armut cannot get a flank, you will not lose the fight.
Armut looking to go in. Beryl with a pull back there. Armut. It's on the clone. Cannon minions survives.
So good though.
As you say, Humanoid with that death ray is going to be able to clear this out pretty quickly. Khan trying to Baron but the minions, but already Kazi's able to take the cannon down in the mid lane. Damwon Kia forced back for the moment. Had to wait for the waves. Skewer. Beryl hits it onto Elioya. Body slams away. Kazi steps through the gate and eats a shock blast that went through a gate of its own. Damwon Kia forced away. 1 minute on the Baron buff, but Damwon Kia run for their fountain once again.
I mean, they're stalling out. They're running out of ways to actually advance the game state. Mad are hitting these critical item spikes. You know, it's full build on Karzi. We're quickly approaching that for Humanoid. Their 2 carries are so powerful now that, yes, it's 7,000 gold in the lead.
Going to look for a flank here.
He's got to be careful.
Well, his whole team is not there.
Yeah. That's my, because he did this before. He did this in LEC playoffs where when the Infernal Soul was available, you hide in the bush and then you look for the engage. And I was worried for a second that Beryl would spot him out. Kaiser was able to get away from it. So Azael, we'll come back to you as I apologize for interrupting you.
No, not at all. I mean, it's going to come down to the Infernal Soul. Damwon, it feels like at this point is needing it to just even advance the game state, to put their poke over the edge where you use the Jace, you use the Ziggs, you have so much poke that potentially Mad can't just wave clear. And look at this, Beryl is actually being so smart. He's constantly hunting for vision, sweeping out all these areas, making sure that there's never wards behind him. It's such a small thing, but that is game-changing, and I just love how Damwon prepares for their push.
Can you see if you can enhance the minimap for us?
I will try, but it hasn't been working for me.
Yeah, here we go. So we'll have a look, and you can just see all this vision around the bot side of the jungle because they are very clearly setting up for control around this dragon. They're keeping the bot wave push, they're keeping the top wave push. Armor and Khan have found each other, but not much action is going to happen off the back of it. But Khan will continue to do this. He will hunt Armut. Armut is his mark, and he will do everything in his power to prevent him him from getting in the fight.
As he should, and they're trying to just deny vision here, make them check in, but look at Elyoya, he's behind him, but he's been spotted.
Bone Skewer will pull him back. Elyoya tries to flash away, but he is stunned up, and he is dead. Kaiser's going to get the charm onto the back line, as Showmaker dies as well. Jungler for mid right now. Khan trying to get him from the side, but he's cycloned up by Armut. Khan still putting the damage down, but he just can't get enough in. He will, in the end, kill off Armut. 3v4 now in favor of Damwon Kia. Advancing, pushing forward towards Mad Lions as they
Barrel's
try
on the flank.
But the flank is here, and Beryl has the death from below. And perhaps the X will mark the death of Mad Lions. Canyon in the pit. Infernal Soul on the menu for Damwon if they can get it, but Humanoid still very healthy.
Look at the patience.
Tons of mana. Canyon secures the Infernal. Damwon Kia trying to survive. Beryl stuns up Kaiser there. Car pops a stopwatch. Ghost on a rampage. Putting the damage down onto Kazi as well, who still has the GA. Beryl, though, able to shut down Humanoid. And although Kazi survives, he will watch and die as Damwon Kia clean up the fight.
Damwon are just way too good at team fighting. Canyon will die for the first time in this game, but he will secure the soul, and it is Elyoya who tries to find the flank, gets one shot at the start of this fight. Kaiser tries to go in to get something back, and Humanoid and Kazi both commit everything that they have to getting that kill. Armut is split from the rest of the team, and then Mad find themselves in a 3 versus 4.
But you had to think, with Humanoid, oh, they're going for the end here, Elyoya!
Showmaker just does so much damage. Elyoya is down. Armut next up. Damwon Kia able to take down the inhibitor, and they are looking for the end, as you say, Azael. Undefeated 9-0. Damwon Kia, in the pursuit of perfection, they are found worthy once again, and they will fight T1 in semis.
Just an incredible performance from Damwon throughout. You know, if you were going to criticize them in any game, this was the game that you criticized them for. But even then, you get to see so many impressive things from them. Just the patience that they continuously show in their team fighting, the way in which they execute upon their compositions, and the versatility that they continue to showcase. They are heavy favorites for the World Championship. And I think that Mad, they put up a valiant effort, and it is a shame that we didn't get another game, because I felt like that people are going to remember the scoreline and not how competitive games 2 and 3 were when it came to these fights. But Damwon was definitely the better team in this series.
Absolutely. I mean, Damwon played an incredible series. This is one of the most, you know, back-to-back-to-back impressive series I've ever seen from anyone out of Canyon. I think he was stellar, start to finish. It's hard to find anything to criticize about his Lee Sin play in this series. He was just immaculate.
I think the thing about it is as well is we didn't just see him dominate all game, every game. The game 2 where he came from behind when Elyoya was 1,500 gold ahead at the 15-minute mark to then be able to fight from that position is what makes this series so impressive to me.
And on the other side, I completely agree with you, Betty. You know, it is a 3-0, but game 2 was truly like one decision away from a Mad Lions win. Game 3 was them clawing back, utilizing the scaling, a really impressive performance out of Karzi and Humanoid as those late game characters to almost pull it back. You saw the openings, you saw the opportunities. If it wasn't for that barrel pick onto Elyoya right before that final fight, I mean, that came down to the wire.
It was a very close game in the end, but Damwon, they just showed the gap between them, and could very well be the gap between them and everyone else in the competition. They have looked very, very impressive, and it's just the way in which they come back into games as well. The way they team fight is ridiculous. It is so impressive to watch. And obviously, as a European, it is heartbreaking to see Mad Lions fall short here in the quarterfinals, but they were up against a Titan, and I think that many considered them the underdogs, and I think that they definitely showed a valiant fight against the current reigning world champions.
Yeah, for me, Mad Lions, if you want to be a legend, you've got to fight the legends, and today they put up a good fight against some up-and-coming legends in the League of Legends scene. You know, Damwon Kia, probably the best team at Worlds, definitely were last year, and starting to make a name for themselves as perhaps one of the best teams of all time if they can continue the run that they're currently on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Damwon is without a doubt looking the best out of anyone at Worlds so far. Whether or not that remains the case is going to be really exciting.
T1 series is going to be so good.
I mean, it's so hype, man. Like all the history there between these two orgs, you know, trying to move forward. Damwon has ran the LCK over the last couple of years, but T1 is looking damn good at Worlds and pushed them in the LCK finals in summer.
They really did. Now, Arcane Riot's first animated series is coming to Netflix November 6th. Set in the utopian region of Piltover and the oppressed underground of Zorn, the story follows the origins of two iconic League champions and the power that will tear them apart. Let's check out the brand new trailer as we head into the commercial break.
When I was a kid, me and my sister, we played a game where we pretended to chase monsters away. I'd say, no monster's gonna get you when I'm here. Then a real monster showed up. I have to find her.
The world's growing smaller every day. Up there on the surface, the topsiders are leaving the Undercity further behind.
I believe I've discovered something incredible. A way to harness magic through science.
You don't understand what's at stake.
Power doesn't come to those who are born strongest. It comes to those who will do anything to achieve it. Imagining yourself a hero? Then what are you waiting for?
More lives may be lost. The Undercity cannot be controlled.
Then we have to go in by force.
What have you done with my sister?
I'll give her your regards.
This cycle of violence will never stop. She's too far gone.
I have to try.
You've got a good heart. Don't ever lose it. Protect the family.
Are we still sisters? Nothing is ever going to change that.
I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. And Cadril, as I do have you here now on the couch, I think I have to ask a very important question. Damwon Kia, massively victorious. We're going to have a lot of opportunities to sing their praises, but I got to know, my friend, how are you feeling in this moment? EU, gone, nothing?
EU's gone?
Left?
Wait,
did you fall asleep during the last?
Wait, I thought they only played 1 game so far. Are we out?
That wasn't a replay. That was 3 back-to-back. Okay, let's Chronicle. You're here, so I think it's probably good for you to to recap exactly what happened, because that was obliteration.
Yeah, that's Damwon Kia. Maybe now people understand a little bit better what has happened in LCK over the last year, right? This team is just on another level. I think that even in this game, right, Matt fought very valiantly, but the problem with, already in the entire series, the problem with Damwon Kia is that you can just never give them an opening. And the second series is the best example of that, where any opening you give them, they will just win, right? Like Showmaker, Canyon, Khan, and even in the final game, right, Beryl popping off, like, one of the players is just going to run circles around you if you don't shut them out completely and never give them an opening back, and I don't know anyone who can reliably do that.
Yeah, and of course I wasn't in Bedge, guys. I saw the whole series, of course, and I have to say, Damwon, the games were close. Game 2 and 3 especially were close. More so game 2. Game 3 was almost like they were 10k up and then some bad fights, right? Damwon just looked so dominant in when they're behind and when they're ahead, right? I have to say, especially in that game 3, massive props to Beryl. That Pike, so many small like mechanical plays he did, like ulting onto Kaiser to hit the blast cone, Eing, and he did so many cool Pike plays, I have to say. And Canyon got Lisa in 3 games in a row and he looked phenomenal.
Absolutely did. And I think it's good that you bring up that matchup, because while it was dominant from start to finish, the matchup that we put our eyes on at the start of the day was the jungle matchup, and the Mercedes featured matchup. Of course, we were looking at Elyoya versus Canyon. While Elyoya certainly did have some moments, the Jarvan game, hard camping top, Canyon across the board was so consistently a monster in this series, Chronicler. Yeah. I don't think we can give this man Lee Sin.
No, I don't think you should. I don't have a lot more to say on the matter, but this is the issue that lies at the heart of Damwon. I can guarantee you that there's multiple other champions where if you give them over, the same thing happens. Well, if you don't ban TF, then Showmaker gets that, right? Like, you're always going to give someone to Damwon where it feels like they shouldn't be able to get it. But what separates Kane from a lot of other junglers, in my opinion, and something that we've seen Damwon do, for example, against FPX as well, is that unlike a lot of other teams, the plays that they go for just work, if that makes sense. Like, they still make mistakes, but I think Kane in particular is a really good example of that, where if he goes for a big play on the Lee Sin, it never fails. Like, it always works. And that in itself is a really good indicator of his ability to, no matter the game state, identify where the enemy weaknesses lie, and then try to find the one play that can still guarantee you the victory.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at Damwon's draft, there's just so many enablers, right? You give Canyon Lee Sin, you set up for a great top side with Kennen or Syndra, whatever you want. You give Khan Jace, you can set up for a Jace draft and play an AP jungler if you want. You give Showmaker TF, then you just unlock every AD jungler in the game because you already have set up. I think that moving forwards against T1 especially, these champs need to be looked at in draft. But still, there's just so many combos that it's just hard to shut down these players in draft because all of them are just so flexible.
The reality is we could pick literally any Damwon player from today. It was domination from start to finish, but we had to pick one. So for our Oppo player of the game, it is none other than Canyon. And I think, again, highlighted so well. He has a champion where he has the agency, where he has the potential to make some of these incredible individual highlight plays. And I mean, looking back at it now, such a again, showing of dominance.
And this is something that I think Canyon hasn't shown all year, right? As MSI form, as mentioned previously, didn't really adapt to the meta as well. Wasn't enabled to have the same impact that he has had not only in this tournament, but also the second half of the LCK. And what makes Canyon so incredible to me is the fact that outside of how well he does in the role that he currently has, he swapped to mid during the role swap, right? Where Damwon tried some different things out, and he was still one of the best mid laners, like in the LCK. And obviously his knowledge of his wave control, his knowledge of matchups wasn't amazing, but he was still able to go toe-to-toe with a region that is absolutely stacked in terms of mid lane talent. And it's not so much about the individual mechanical skill that this player has.
Yeah, definitely. There's so many factors you can attribute to being the best jungler in the world, who I think Canyon is. Connor hit on it there. It's like he can play a solo laner. Even in solo queue, he plays top lane a lot. He can play mid lane. Mechanics are there. He understands lane matchups, and he's always at the right place at the right time. He's just so flexible, and that's why I think Canyon is, probably the best strong in the world.
Congrats to Canyon, of course. But one player that we had our eye on at the start of the day was Khan, and I'm excited to hear what he has to say about that series. He's standing by with Shox now.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'm here with Khan after Damwon Kia make it to the semifinals in a very impressive series. Congratulations, Khan. A great performance of Damwon overall, but I'd love to ask about that second game. I did see on the Korean broadcast in the mic check that you were a little bit insecure maybe going into the game, but tell me how you were able to fight back in game 2 so convincingly.
네, 우선은 승리 너무너무 축하드립니다. 우선 가장 먼저 여쭤보고 싶은 게 이 세트 이제 오디오가 보이스가 나왔는데 그때 싸했다 분위기 느낌이 싸했다라고 언급하신 부분이 있었어요. 대충 어떤 내용이었는지 그리고 또 어떻게 역습을 할 수 있었나요?
이게 뱀픽이 짜여졌을 때 이제 어디 쪽이 예민하고 어디 쪽이 이제 밸런스가 잘 잡히고 이런 쪽의 내용을 얘기하다가 뭔가 상대가 공략하기 쉬운 라인이 저인 것 같은 거예요. 그래서 살짝 싸한데라고 얘기를 했는데 제가 그 싸한 거를 인지를 하고 들어갔음에도 불구하고 인게임 내에서 실수가 나와서 좀 많이 아쉽습니다.
So yeah, after the pick and ban was done, I look at our draft and the opponent's draft, and I was trying to find out where was the weak link of our comp and where the opponent can capitalize on. And I knew that it was going to be me, the top lane. But even if I knew that, I actually wasn't able to execute plays correctly, so I was a little bit bummed because of that.
But still pulled it back and very, very impressively. And I know the whole world is kind of looking at you, Khan, in your dream to win the World Championship, because we know, unfortunately, this may be your last Worlds. But with the way that Damwon has been performing so far, undefeated, and the way you have been performing as well, how close do you think you are to your dream of finally winning the World Championship?
그래서 정말 전 세계 팬분들이 칸 선수의 오랜 염원이 달성되기를 지금 지켜보고 계시고 칸 선수가 아무래도 이게 마지막 월즈가 될 가능성이 매우 높기 때문에 많이 응원을 보내주고 계십니다. 지금 담원기아의 경기력도 엄청나고 전승을 달리고 있고 그중에 칸 선수의 경기력도 매우 눈이 부신데 본인이 생각하시기에 그 오랜 목표에 달성하기까지 얼마나 가까워졌다고 생각하시나요?
뭐 얘기 드리자면은 이제 만약에 저희가 한 번도 안 진다고 가정을 했을 때는 이제 6판 이제 그 뭐 플러스 알파 이제 뭐 한 3-4판이 더 추가되겠죠. 이제 거기에 이제 그 선에서 끝날 거라고 생각하니까 뭔가 좀 감회가 새롭네요. 뭔가 시원섭섭하기도 하고.
Yeah, so you know, it's gonna be 6 games or maybe additional 3 or 4 games left in order to reach the goal that I have set for such a long time. So yeah, I'm feeling a bit emotional that it's finally coming to the end.
Yes, and we're so much looking forward to those games as well, especially that next one, the match versus T1, who you have history with as well. And I'm hearing, I just spoke to Kaiser, he said that he thinks that T1 and you are both the strongest teams left in the tournament. It must be a very special occasion as well. How much are you looking forward to that match versus T1?
네, 그리고 또 정말 T1전이 지금 앞두고 있는데 아무래도 T1과 연이 있기도 했고 방금 전 카이저 선수 인터뷰에서도 지금 담원기아와 T1이 제일 강한 팀인 것 같다라고 언급을 했는데 어떻게 좀 바라보고 계신가요?
T1 같은 경우에는 이제 LCK에서도 많이 만나기도 했고 이제 경기도 많이 지켜본 결과로는 확실히 굉장히 잘하는 팀이기도 하고 이제 팀 3라인 자체가 다 라인전을 빡빡하게 공격적으로 하더라고요. 그래서 매드전과는 달리 경기 양상이 더 치열할 것 같아요. 아무래도 1대1 그런 구도에서 되게 빡세게 할 그런 느낌이라서 그럴 것 같고 이제 그거에 맞춰서는 저희가 잘 준비를 하고 가야 될 것 같아요.
So yeah, we've faced against them many times in the LCK. I watched them play at Worlds a lot of times, and I'm pretty sure they are very, very strong. And also, unlike this kind of this series against Mad Lions, I think it's gonna be a little bit different in terms of how the game will kind of go on, because I think the 1v1 will be a lot more intense. The laning phase will be a lot stronger between two teams. So it's going to be a lot more closer between us and T1. So I think we have to adapt to that kind of a new kind of play style of two teams and prepare for it.
Very exciting matchup ahead. Quickly, I know I'm over time, but I'd love to hear your prediction for Gen.G versus Cloud9 tomorrow. It is our last quarterfinal, and I know you know Gen.G very well. Who's going to win it?
마지막으로 이제 마지막 다음 8강전이 있잖아요. C9 대 젠지전 어떻게 예상하시는지 궁금하네요.
그래도 LCK 세 팀이 다 높은 고지에 올라가서 이제 거기서 좋은 결과를 남기는 게 LCK 이제 이후로도 되게 좋은 내용이 될 것 같고 경쟁력 있는 그런 리그라는 걸 다른 리그한테 알려줄 수 있는 기회이다 보니까 젠지 쪽이 이기길 좀 더 바라고 있어요.
예상은
젠지가 이기지 않을까요, 그래도?
So first off, I hope Gen.G wins because it's going to mean that 3 of the LCK teams are reaching really high at an international event. And this is a proof that showing our region is very competitive is a very promising sign for us. And also, I think Gen.G will win.
Okay, thank you very much, 감사합니다. Congratulations. Thank you, Ji-sun, as well. As always, and back to you, Dracos.
Thank you so much, Shox, for that fantastic interview. Always good to hear from Con. And again, I think Con, really the biggest story. Damwon, of course, is an organization, an entire 5-man lineup. Always incredible to see them continue to be successful. But when a player is playing, you know, the final split of their career, the final tournament of their career, and they're able to show up so impressively, especially when MSI wasn't, you know, the biggest standout, most fantastic performance, is a story we're probably going to be talking about for years.
And I think another kind of asset to that story to make it just so beautiful is the fact that he's playing a semifinals against T1. You know, 2 years ago, he was playing for T1 in the semifinals against G2. Now he has to knock T1 out of the semis to make the final himself. I just think the stars are slowly aligning for Khan, I feel like.
It's also Khan in that interview, isn't Khan like we've seen him all year in the LCK? Because you gotta understand, Khan in LCK interviews has been the biggest troll, showing up with like Pepe masks and like he's like trash talking everyone. But in an interview, you can really see how much it means to him and really how focused he is on achieving this goal. And it's really poignant considering how not serious he is generally to see him really beat that into focus, basically.
I love it. I wouldn't have minded a troll mask here, even here. I feel like sometimes you just got to lighten the mood, especially because, like, as EU pundits, it's been a hard day. We've lost all of our teams. But again, we'll get to say goodbye to Mad Lions later. For now, I want to look ahead. The West, the final hope of the West versus Gen.G. Cloud9, can they do it? Perks, we're now pretending that you've been in EU all year as we hold on to hope as EU pundits. But obviously, Cloud9, the last hope of the LCS versus Gen.G, a team that did look pretty solid, all things considered. What's your read on this one, Kadril?
Well, the hope of the West rests on Perk's shoulders once again, doesn't it? I actually think Cloud9 will win that series. I think it'll be very close. Maybe 3-2 to Cloud9 is what I'd say, but Gen.G have always looked kind of weak in best of fives domestically and internationally. And I think Perks is, if there's anyone who can pull off a win in this best of five, it's Perks on Cloud9.
Chronicler, what's your read on this particular best of five?
I agree with Kadril, it'll be close. I do think it's going to be Gen.G that wins. I think individually, BDD in particular has had an insane tournament thus far. He's been a standout mid in a tournament that has kind of been full of them. And I think that a C9 that doesn't really get to play around Perks, because I do think he is the big clutch factor for that team and what enables them to get victories, even though, you know, disregarding game state. However, I do think it will be close, as Kadril pointed out, and he is very right about that. Gen.G have been known to falter at times in high-stakes situations or in best-of-fives, but I think individually they are still a cut above C9, and I think that in the end will net them the win.
Yeah, and I think it being close is what everyone expects. However, if it's just a stomp from either side, that's actually a good sign for the winning team, of course, because then you have to face up against EDG, who is a World Championship contender. I think everyone kind of agrees that despite who wins C9 Gen.G, EDG should make it out. But if Gen.G or C9 can show a good showing and have improved a lot, you know, and they really are feeling it, I think maybe there's a chance they can take that semifinal. But again, they're up against a powerhouse in EDG, and even if they get further, they're against T1 or Damwon, right?
And certainly a lot of pressure to know that you have to win this best of five, and then you are the heavy underdog, no matter who you are, who makes it through going into that next series.
And then
again, going into potentially into the finals versus T1 or Damwon Kia. A lot is going to be happening here in the next day. Our final quarterfinal sits ahead of us again. Final goodbyes to the LEC, to Mad Lions, Fnatic, and Rogue. It was a well-fought effort. We'll see if we'll have to do the same thing tomorrow for Cloud9. But for the NA fans out there, I hope that we don't. That's going to be it for us today. But of course, we're going to be back tomorrow for C9 versus Gen.G, starting at 1:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 4:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
It says wave.
Last hope of Europe face a monumental task in today's quarterfinal, taking down the reigning world champions and favorites to win it back-to-back, Damwon Kia.
The reigning world champions looking in peak form.
So we'll see if Mad Lions can push the LCK champions the limit once again.
Oh!
predictions from Beryl. That's the reason he's one of the best in the world. Mad Lions smited away. Beryl going in with the quickness. There's a charm full of time. And the combo's just too darn deadly. Elioya is down, bereft of life. He rests in peace. TP behind Humanoid, he tries to flash away, but the Emperor's Survive will catch him. Showmaker pops the stopwatch to stop the shockwave, but the bullet time will still rip him to shreds. Khan has flash, slices and dices up the Mad Lions, and they did not respect Khan. Damwon Kia cleaned the Lions off the map.
Wow, an insane comeback from Damwon.
Once more into the breach for Mad Lions and Damwon Kia. Look for the fight. Damwon continued to push forward. Showmaker forced away.
It's chase though.
Kicked away, and here comes Khan. And what a better way to find the picks than with a flank TP. For the flank run-in, sorry, from Khan. Bullet time used as well. Armor forced off to the top side.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.